Welcome, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, Episode 3. The coterie that we have come to know, being Yvette, Alistair, Pax, and Deja, have all begun their daily routines of getting up and having a slight dinner with loved ones. Maybe picking up a few books, maybe checking in with some people, maybe tending to a farm, or making arrangements for different things going on with some people of less savory persuasions. But whatever the case, the four will be arriving together shortly, but perhaps there's some initial thoughts between each and every one of these kindred that, given the fact that this particular house is dangerous to some extent, if certain things are left unlatched, if certain things are left unkept, if a random stray wooden object were to go flying in the room, for instance, it could paralyze one of these poor kindred. If it were to land, unfortunately. And given the supernatural nature of this house, they've decided to call in some experts. A couple of these kindred, Pax and Deja, may know a little bit more about who this particular individual is. Pax, you might have the best idea, given that you run in the same circles. So why don't you give us some ideas on what it is that you've been doing over the last 24 hours to prepare for your new guest?
Well, phone call, few runs around, clearing up old households to make some space for her. All jobs that the boss would normally have me do. Probably had to call in a few favors, but that's all good. My time when I'm not preparing for her is spent dealing with the boss, or more his underlings. Always report back to my capo. Julian does a fantastic job. Besides that, I'm just waiting for the call to say that she got in. Then I'll go get her.
Yes, waiting for that call from Capo Julian. Deja, your sire was the one who mentioned Doc in the first place. What do you think about that connection there?
I'm still a bit unsure. She, uh, she knows more people than I do that been around. I just uh, still unsure about having to call for outside help, but I know we need help with this. I don't uh, I don't know what I need to be able to take care of this. And I damn sure ain't staying in that house any longer than I absolutely have to. Yeah, I know it wants to kill me. I know it wants to kill all of us if it can. And I don't know why.
It's definitely a very strange thing for a house to feel like it wants to kill. But that is the way of things. And a strange thing at that, isn't it, Mr. Knight?
Yes, it is a most peculiar thing. My research on it has not turned up anything useful yet, but I hope to acquire some new books that might shed some light on this soon. I do know that there has to be a solution to this. There's a solution to everything.
That's optimistic. Certainly the most optimistic that probably will go on for these nights. And then there's Yvette, the ever present bodyguard type. What are your thoughts on this house and everything in it?
Bonsoir. Mon esprit ne pense actuellement à reconnaître et la confrontation portuaire avec Doc. Pardon. I have to express my thoughts in English. I end up. My mind is currently thinking of the meeting and potential confrontation with Doc. I am unsure what could be the full consequence of meeting with her, knowing she is from out of town. Then again, I also fall that same category, so it ends up meaning that we at least have that in common. However, her particular interests, especially involving our house guest, end up causing some frustrations down the line, of which I have to end up being extremely cautious. It ends up making me wonder on what it is that the evening is going to bring. Unfortunately, I find myself more and more distracted as I end up going on, but this is how one ends up finding their way, finding a coterie. Unfortunately, it pulls me away from things that are. Well, I guess I shouldn't be thinking like that at this exact moment. Never mind that errant thought. Outside of that, I have to be reliant upon Mademoiselle Pax in order to end up finding out where exactly we are heading, and hopefully end up having this meeting go with very few issues in mind. Outside of that, well, I am unsure. There is a curiosity that I end up having where I am concerned. I am extremely concerned on how this may end up going about, as most kindred business tends to compound into less than pleasant circumstance. And thus far, it is my relations with the rest of the kindred of this city that has made me, what is the expression, walking on eggshells. I am hesitant, but this is what must be done. At least according to the coterie, I don't exactly know much about the ghosts department.
Yes, better left to the experts, I suppose. In which case, I would like everyone to make rouse checks.
Success.
Alright. Mr. Alistair Knight, Miss Pax Cassetta, you both are getting a little bit hungrier tonight as you rise from the sleep that had fallen upon you as the morning came. And so, each of you rises Each of you goes about your daily business as far as leaving your havens, saying your goodbyes, and picking up papers or loose ends or things of that sort. You know, the daily business. Before meeting up with each other back at the coterie house, which Alistair has never seemed to left.
We did not find him as a pile of ash, did we?
No, sadly.
Perhaps I should be more careful in that regard. If my mind is considering it to be a sad thing, then, well, I would also be presuming the ghost is what got him. Makes investigations a little bit more difficult in this household, we?
You have a stray errant thought that it's too bad. It's too bad he's not ashed. That would mean he would be old.
ST, while I'm waking up and going
Mm.
about my routine waiting for everyone, I would like to check my emails and see if my sister has wrote back.
Yes, you were waiting for an email from I forgot her name. Second, from Michelle.
Yes.
And
Sorry.
remind me again what the email it said. It was
Seeing how she is, if she'd like to meet up at some point, see how. Basically, I'm fishing to see if Dad is still being a dick or if she's doing okay.
she tells you she's doing fine. That she would love to grab coffee sometime. Just name a day and when.
I'll tell her I'll contact her soon about going out for coffee at one of these nights after classes.
All right.
I'd probably be just sitting there grading papers to till the coterie shows up.
It's probably less actually physically grading papers, more than just inputting grades into the computer's database. In that your connection is remote and you're able to log in as a teacher profile and be able to post grades as you see fit. You've read over what little you can, or your TAs have helped you in what they feel was a proper grade, and so you're simply inputting that into the system as the official grading person of the class. Given that this is a summer class, it is an accelerated one, so a lot of these papers that you and your TAs have been grading have been lackluster in their content. But it's to be expected from an accelerated summer course. People have very little time for very little of anything, and it shows. It's a little disappointing, actually. You were hoping that some of them may have had some brilliant stroke of genius, but alas, there is nothing but averageness.
It's a shame that they don't put forth the same effort into their studies as they do partying. It is concerning where these country is going these days. I think I have to make the next generation better than us. Otherwise, we're going to go downhill.
And perhaps, and you don't want to be at fault for that, now do you?
No, heaven forbid that I cause this the downfall. I need to do my part to make sure things go right.
As they should, Mr. Knight. As they should. But as you're sitting there on your laptop computer inputting grades and trying to put your mind at ease about something else, maybe distract yourself with something else that's maybe going on in the background, maybe an audio lecture from one of your own favorites. And that is the scene that the three of you come in upon. Already, Alistair is hard at work doing something.
Do you stay here, Alistair?
Yes. Why do you ask?
How do you deal with the house wanting to kill you?
If I didn't know how to deal with something trying to hurt me, I would have never gotten through my childhood. This house is more of a breath of fresh air. It hasn't really tried to kill me yet. It has thrown things at me, and if I didn't sleep as soundly as I did, I'm sure that it would wake me up constantly. But it is. It has not been hard so far.
And Deja, when you look around as far as the cupboards that are possibly in this particular room, you see that each one of them also has a baby latch on them. Possibly to keep them from flinging off or flinging open.
I do have to keep most of my books packed up, sadly, but it's the small sacrifices to deal with live here.
Are the cupboard doors all standing open now?
No, they're all closed. They're
Okay.
closed and latched with baby locks. The kind that you put where toddlers can't get into the cupboards.
And that is all that it requires to end up ceasing the throwing of objects.
Well, you don't leave things around and that they're dangerous and they can't fling stuff.
We are talking about a murderous spirit from beyond the grave, not a toddler walking around with a kitchen knife.
Latches are a bit complicated for them to open. It's just, it takes more energy for them to use it than it does to actually just grab something.
And let it not be said that I end up questioning the experts of this particular topic. However,
Yeah,
I believe it ends up meaning that we have to end up getting this exercised immediately, which ends up meaning that we have to end up going to see this doc.
just waiting for the call.
She looks at the phone for a brief moment and then finds herself seated, preparing herself for her usual activities, making sure she is clear this night, probably making some arrangements for an outing she will be performing in the near future. Her mind ends up wandering to Dale at this exact moment, perhaps feeling perhaps a tiny bit guilty of the double life that she is leading at this exact moment. But what is she to do? It is Pax, Mademoiselle Deja, who have better ties to this particular point, and well, Monsieur Knight, who ends up having a understanding of the exact circumstance. At this point, all I can do is observe.
Alistair will see Yvette sitting there, and he'll fish through the books that are to his side that he was referencing earlier when he was doing research. And he'll walk over to Yvette and present her with the book. And Yvette, Miss Yvette, you say that we are experts, but anybody can learn about this. If you'd like, you can read up in this and broaden your horizons a bit.
Maybe
Uh,
expand your vocabulary.
it looks to Pax. Sicus intellect.
English, Frenchie.
Thank you. I am. She kind of looks at the book and flips through it. What exactly is it?
It would probably be more of a tome on just general knowledge of different types of spirits. Is that okay, storyteller?
Your your collection is, since a lot of this is considered fictional, the work that you have presented is predominantly pseudoscience, but you have made notes and highlights in the margins and in the paragraphs of the text that you personally have found to be of note, something to either consider or something you have personally been able to prove, given the fact that you've stayed in this place for a little over a week now, Alistair, that this is a particular book about poltergeists in particular and the potential exorcism thereof. And a lot of it the calls upon a lot of religious kind of expulsions of these things, that one needs to bring in a priest and to have an exorcism performed by a Catholic priest, and that such things can only be done by those who are that devout and faithful. But that part is a little bit hit or miss. You haven't been able to prove that yet.
Merci beaucoup. She flips through it for a moment. It is more a case of, at this exact moment, there is much more to end up doing. And unfortunately, she looks at it. It's very clear she's kind of like turning the book sideways to try and read your writings in the margin, which is difficult enough in your head when it comes down to print, but when it comes to cursive or chicken scratch, heaven forbid you can end up reading it clearly. It takes a moment and then closes it. It is appreciated, Monsieur Knight. Thank you again. It is more I am trying to acclimate to this evening. And at this exact moment, well, I will be escorting the three of you along the duties that have been placed before us. For Monsieur Ball, the Baron.
Ah, yes, him. I still can't believe I did
It's
yesterday.
an Monsieur Knight. And she kind of looks to you and like, don't. It was a simple excursion and him wanting to end up understanding who it was that was resting inside of his little piece of paradise. A point where I am sure we will make arrangements here to suite for Madame Cosetta and Madame Deja to end up meeting the Baron at an appropriate time for those who have not ended up doing so. Would hate to end up having grievous insults being offered to his baronship.
Am I missing something?
Pardon?
The Baron ended up spending a portion of his evening as our personal guest inside this exact room.
Which Baron would that be?
Monsieur Kane. He
What?
wished to end up getting a understanding of those who could be found inside his domain, and myself and Alastair have ended up by chance meeting him while we were out and about, and so we only extended hospitality as it was a custom to him and something that we could end up doing in order to end up making sure that our existences remain smooth under his guidance. You see that she struggles a bit with that last part.
Y'all met Baron Kane.
Oui.
Did he happen to tell y'all what rent was and when it was due?
As we earlier discussed, Monsieur Ball has already arranged for that to be covered as soon as we have excoriated the spirit that exists within this house.
That's only the first payment.
Mm-hmm. And the next
Yes.
payment ends up coming to a small favor that we are to answer to at the first of the month. Apparently, I would presume he has some form of gathering, ball or something of the like for kindred to end up showing up en masse in order to present themselves and to receive their request for rent at that exact moment.
There's like an opportunity.
Perhaps.
If used right,
I think Mademoiselle Cosetta is thinking along the same lines as myself.
Pax, that's when the familiar ringtone for those numbers that you have saved, which change frequently, but are often members of your family. That ringtone goes off.
you see her pull out of her pocket. The ringtone itself is like those really sharp, pingy ringtones of like way back when mobile phones were first a thing. And it's an old like flip. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Hey, kiddo. Got your
Hey,
package.
fantastic. Same meeting spot as usual?
Same as usual.
Alright. Bring in some friends. Be on our way soon.
What kind of friends?
Close personal.
Got it. See you in a bit. You're muted, by the way. Yeah, we lost sound for you. Nope.
This is not what I meant when I said begone thought. Okay, yeah, it's really not working. She laughed and we didn't hear a thing.
No, yeah. Check your check your voice settings for sure. Technical difficulties. It wouldn't be a CoffeeCat game without him, would it?
Nah.
Nothing.
Not up.
Nope. But oh, there it goes.
I'm back. Ugh. For some reason, everything's spazzed out. She's like, well, shall we go get our package?
Lead the way.
Will do.
Alistair, you're going to?
Yes.
Alright. And so, the four of you make your way out to your own vehicles, or are you all clumping into one?
Pax beelines for her own vehicle. She does a quick once over, checking as much of it as she can. There are too many instances of people from her line of existence being blown up.
Yes. Quite the tragedy when a good fellow from your family ends up meeting a terrible end because of a brake line cut or radiator exploded. It's a sad thing, really.
Deja will join Pax.
Alright, so Deja and Pax are together.
Alistair will probably get in his own car.
Okay.
Yvette will end up putting in her own car, which she has already loaded as usual, yeah, for her evenings out, especially when Kindred are involved.
Yes.
You know what? Scratch that. Alistair would hop in with Yvette.
Okay. Yvette may end up giving a side-eye look at that exact moment. It's very clear this is unusual. And Alistair, when you end up getting inside, perhaps you end up finding yourself seeing what is refuse at the bottom of the seat in the passenger side. Looks like there is a McDonald's cup that is empty and some wrappers and what have you all tossed into a bag, crumpled up and tossed just under the seat, and it's starting to spill out. A few fries that have been there perhaps for a week. Pardon, I have not had the chance to end up cleaning the car out.
Oh, that is completely fine. Forgive me for joining you. I figure it would save on gas prices, and you know how ridiculous it can be nowadays. But I will pitch in for gas.
Yvette wants to incite that.
Fair enough.
Let's
Alistair, if you're
incite.
wanting to contest it.
Why does he? She wants to gauge why. Why does he actually want to be in the same car? He's got his own.
Yeah, I would say that that's a motives line of thinking.
Not a great roll.
Alistair, what's your passive manipulation, persuasion, or manipulation subterfuge?
They're both 5 dice.
Okay.
Seems genuine enough.
Very well. I appreciate the courtesy. She begins to drive to catch up with Pax, Madame Cosetta, Mademoiselle Deja.
Pax would actually wait for them before she takes out. Like, she waits for them to be ready to leave.
Mm-mm.
She's driving an old Ford 150. It's easy to lose in the traffic of the city.
Yep. It's a
FT,
pretty.
if you don't mind, I'd actually like to make that roll because my luck has been pretty bad lately, and Derek might
No,
actually
no, no,
beat me.
no, 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 no. It's fine, man. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, because I would if you're not actively contesting it. You're not trying to do her any kind of willpower harm, are you?
No, I'm not trying to do willpower harm, but I am lying.
Hmm. Then yeah, seems genuine enough. So Pax is leading the charge with Deja in the car. So the two of you are together, and Yvette and Alistair are together. Any conversations before you meet up with your capo Pax?
Uh, Deja will probably notice Pax a little bit more antsy than usual. Um, she kind of tilts her head every now and then, kind of as if she's trying to ignore something that seems to be coming from the window. She's gripping the wheel rather hard, and she's not looking too good.
Is there a noise that I hear with that, or is this just appear to be just Pax?
Hmm. Pax, what kind of thing are you experiencing at the moment?
It's all in her head, and it's coming from the fact that she is rather hungry and she doesn't
Hmm.
want to show it.
Ah, okay. She's fighting a little bit with her beast. That little voice in the back of her mind that looks at Deja and can't help but fathom what kind of tasty meal she might be.
You all right there, Pax?
I'm just dandy.
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't look like it.
oh, she's concerned.
I'm just fine, Deja. Don't need to worry about a thing.
How adorable.
Is that why you're white knuckling the steering wheel? You're just
Yeah,
fine.
I do this on a regular.
You don't normally appear this antsy, and you don't normally white knuckling the steering wheel when you drive.
I do.
Oh, fuck it, insight.
It's insight.
I don't
Pax.
believe her.
Pax, that's a composure subterfuge.
Composure subterfuge.
Okay, wits insight. Uh, 4 successes.
Pax, you ask yourself, why do I even bother? I am a fucking terrible liar.
She's lying through gritted teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Just why?
Why?
Why are you lying to me?
Because it's my issue to deal with.
Pax, that little
Deja
tickle
just
in the
shakes
back.
her head.
Oh, go ahead.
Deja just shakes her head. That's all.
Your eyes kind of trail over Deja for a second, Pax, before going straight back to the road when you catch yourself.
She kind of bites down on her lip a bit. Probably just hard enough to draw blood, and through her red lipstick, it makes it very hard to see it.
And that's to keep yourself from licking your lips. But the drive continues on towards the designated place. Yvette and Alistair, anything you want to talk about?
I presume Monsieur Knight has something to they wish to end up conversing with, as they have entered my vehicle and have seen its sorry state. I am currently thinking on the fact that I believe I ended up telling Chris to end up cleaning out the car once he got home from school. But I am trying to end up being patient with the boy.
Upstart little brat.
All I ended up asking was that he ended up cleaning out when, after we ended up going out. After all, it was my treat, and I try not to end up thinking too harshly of him. Though I will agree that on occasion, my mind ends up wandering as I end up thinking what the sort of Morvo that he ends up becoming. But yes, outside of that, if Monsieur Knight has nothing, I will simply express what's on my mind, outside of immediate arrangements.
Alistair would probably sit and make small talk. He would thank Yvette again for the interesting time that they had last night and apologize for his father and how he acted.
It is of no consequence. Professor Knight has made his own choices, and you have gone out of your way to end up meeting him. That is not the area of concern I am concerned about. No, it is, how you say, your demeanor when discussing amongst other kindred. It is most unbecoming.
Meaning what? I'm
You
sorry,
were you were about to embarrass yourself first amongst the Baron by confessing that you did not know who he is, rather than simply giving him the understanding that you were simply doing all you can to preserve one's masquerade as it is required. It could have been an easy understanding at that point, but you decided to confess yourself the fool. It is unbecoming and may end up making him look at you as incompetent. And I do not believe that will benefit the coterie in any way, shape, or form. You also almost admitted to Mademoiselle Cosetta that you did the same when it is not pertinent information. Those sorts of slip ups can end up doing us très dommage.
I'll try to keep that in mind.
I do not wish for you to keep it in mind. I wish for you to practice it. Practice, sorry.
Yes,
You may
that is
not.
what I mean. The
We
language
this
barrier. Sometimes our sayings don't really get across what we really mean.
Monsieur Knight, how long have you been embraced, if I may ask?
ST, how long have I been embraced?
Um, that was for you to decide.
Ah,
I did not put a date. I just simply said you are fledglings. So less than 5 years typically.
I would say 3 or 4 years now. I didn't really exactly keep a date, you know, a new birthday, as it were.
That is a pity. In 3, 4 years, you have never had a sire who can explain these small intricacies of your own.
When I spend time with my sire, we discuss many things.
But not how to maintain yourself in front of other kindred.
No, we have not gone into that. He, I think, wants me to stand on my own 2 feet sometimes, and teaches me what he wishes, what is most important to him, I think.
Presentation is everything. How one holds themselves, what sort of demeanor they end up presenting. They see a lack of confidence as weakness. They will end up preying upon it. Mademoiselle Cosetta would be a perfect example. She very much ends up coming across as one who has very little time for doubt and rumor. While she may have a jovial personality, she does not end up having a way of making sure that you do not take her completely seriously. But you have a tendency to end up saying such things that may end up making you um, act. She looks like she's trying to use a English mannerism. Act the fool. It is a matter of respect. It ends up starting with yourself. And we end up doing so in how we end up presenting ourselves to the world so that the world may respond appropriately in their kind. And as it does so, it ends up making yourself in a position that allows you to end up being far more. If they see you as weak or uncertain, if they believe you to be incompetent, then they will treat you as such. What they see and how you regard them matters all the more, Monsieur Knight.
I think I understand. I will put this into practice, as it were. I thank you for this. It's not something that I'm used to. I'm not used to dealing with other kindred.
Clearly not. And yet we are about to meet one that has a reputation that is incredibly dangerous. And because of that, we must go out of our way to be sure to end up not making them look at us and see us as weak. Mademoiselle Cosetta has arranged this meeting, and while I have no doubt that Pax will end doing all she can to end up looking over Mademoiselle Deja in this exact encounter, no one is looking to end up there stopping us from looking stupid. And so we must end up holding ourselves to account. This exact moment is a proving ground. If you are unsure, keep silent and listen, observe. you will end up finding many will tell you far more than you think they are telling you. At least on the face of it, if you choose to listen.
An errant thought goes to your sire, Yvette. Something about what you just said strikes very much along the same lines as he's taught you.
Yes, but when he was teaching me, it was to eavesdrop, to find a point of weakness, to find a way to exploit it, to end up making others end up acquiescing unto his requests, because I was always there, and I would have to constantly observe, be the watchful eye.
Always the watchful eye.
Monsieur Knight can probably hear the engine rev just a little bit at the thought. Maybe Yvette is not thinking about how hard she's pushing the pedal, but that moment passes quickly as she regains herself and simply continues driving, though her facial expression still remains that soft face that you have seen since the beginning of the night.
And thus, after a little bit of time, the two vehicles eventually stop. Pax is first in a sort of shopping center where there's shops that have there's some open and there's some that are closed, and but the parking lot is fairly large. The Pax, you know that this is a fairly common spot for introductions to be made, both far enough away from the street and far enough away from the shops that no one can overhear or oversee or really much of anything in this particular point, because, well, the family has made sure to secure that sort of thing from happening. The It's still very well lit. It's just a little bit more along the lines of it's far enough away from everything that nobody can quite tell what's going on. But still wide enough in the open to seem like an everyday occurrence, even at night. And go ahead.
She takes a moment to take a quick look around, take stock of the area.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that she does this is like she's done this a million times.
I will give you a wits awareness roll if you'd like.
Fantastic.
I would like to assist if possible, because Yvette is obviously doing the same, as it is her job to do
Max
so.
wouldn't have even gotten out of her car yet. She's still in the front seat. She hasn't moved.
Deja's. Can Deja assist? Because Deja's doing the same thing.
You all can make wits awareness if you want to do individual rolls.
Yeah.
Three.
Okay. Alistair, it seems like a pretty ordinary shopping center. It's a little odd to be parking this far away from shops, but you're maybe a little more preoccupied with something else. And Yvette, you keep your eyes peeled. You watch as a couple of vehicles start making their way into the shopping center parking lot, but some of them kind of go towards the shops to park closer. But it's when you see that one starts coming closer to this side of the parking lot, where most most aren't parking at the moment. That's the one that seems to be of interest to you. And when the car pulls up, Pax, you do see a recognizable face in the front seat. That's that's Julian. Julian Fredrickson.
Perfect.
Who is Julian Fredrickson to you, Pax?
My capo, and he is a very important man. I swing open the door and climb out, plaster a big old smile across my face, and I begin making my way across the way he's parked.
And he does just as similarly. He hops out of the front seat of the car, grins brightly at you, and holds his arms open like he's going to swing in and give you a hug.
And Pax would hug him back. One of the few people that can get away with touching her and not lose a limb.
Are you blush of life right now?
Uh,
'Cause you would
no,
be
but I
otherwise
would
cold.
like to.
You may. I'll allow it.
Shit, what's that? That's a rouse.
It is a rouse.
Oof.
A little bit hungrier, Miss Cassetta.
Oh, I'm a lot hungry.
Mm-hmm. What are you at?
She's
Hunger
struck.
3 right now? 4.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Very antsy indeed. And almost like he could read the fact that you're nervous. Julian kind of pulls back and kind of says to you softly, "You okay, kiddo?"
Just not all here tonight.
Okay.
But it's not a problem.
All right.
Actually, I'd like to introduce you to my new crew,
Hmm.
if you're interested.
Certainly. I shouldn't. I'm not bothered by being introduced to new people.
She takes him by the hand. She's like, Miss Dark, is she?
And you see that a woman climbs out of the back seat of the car. Black hair with a bit of green, but big bright eyes. She's she's wearing fairly common clothing at the moment. She's got on a t-shirt, jeans, a zip-up hoodie that's fairly nondescript. No prints or anything like that on any of it. She kind of waves at you a little bit. Pax, I would like you to make another wits awareness for me, please.
What's away? Ooh,
Thankfully, that is not a messy crit.
yeah.
She's got something in her pocket, and you're not sure what it is at the moment. But she's got something in her pocket.
Keeps an eye on it, but raises a hand and gives her a big old smile. How you doing, Doc?
Fine.
It's been a while.
It has. It's been quite some time, actually, since I've been out this way.
Oh, come on. I was about to take Julian over to introduce him to my crew.
Friendly faces, I hope.
Very much so.
Okay. Lead the way.
Pax will lead them over to the fells.
You notice that
Yvette,
Doc doesn't pull her hands out of her hoodie pockets, though.
Yvette will lean towards Monsieur Knight. I believe we're on. She checks real quick that the pistol is in her shoulder holster as she steps out of the car and ends up buttoning up enough to end up looking presentable. Closes it and is sure to walk in step with Monsieur Knight as we begin to approach Mademoiselle Cosetta and her two new compatriots.
Alistair, as he's getting out of the car, would adjust his jacket, buttoning up, adjust his tie, make sure he's presentable, and fall in line with Yvette walking over.
Deja will, seeing that Pax is bringing two new individuals toward them, step out of the car. She's just wearing a plain t-shirt, blue jeans, and work boots tonight with her hair pulled back in a ponytail.
And Julian looks to you, Pax.
Julian, this is Alistair, Deja, and the lovely Yvette.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you. He kind of gives y'all a wave.
Same to you, Doc.
And she kind of pulls a hand out and waves a little bit too.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Julien et Mademoiselle Doc.
That's
Pleasure to make y'all.
interesting. Doc says, looking at Yvette. I didn't expect to meet anyone French.
I did not end up expecting to end up meeting one of your stature this evening either. So the evening is full of wonderful surprises. Très bien. It is a pleasure.
Pleasure's all mine.
And as Yvette, is Yvette picking up on anything about Doc? Like I'm pretty sure Yvette is looking for armed. She's 99% sure that's a positive given the individuals that Pax ends up rolling with, but she's just observing as well.
Roll me another wits insight, Yvette. Or not insight, awareness. Since this is pretty routine for you, for you and Pax, it's a pretty low difficulty usually. You can tell Doc and Julian both have something kind of pressing up against their clothes. Something squarish. One can possibly make assumptions about it.
I am going to just be sure I am within lunging distance to put myself between these two and my coterie. Not obvious. I'm usually at someone's side at all times, so this should look fairly regular, but nevertheless, just in case things run afoul.
Well, Julian says he kind of looks to Pax. I'm sure that you all have made arrangements, right?
Absolutely.
Good. This way I don't have to. I'm glad I don't have to keep that much of an eye on you, Pax.
I'll do my best to be not a problem. But Julian, these three you can expect to see me hang. If you need to get in contact with me and you can't, these are the three to look
Any contact numbers I should know? He looks to the rest of you.
Pax should have it, Mr. Julian.
Fair enough.
Got a piece of paper? I'll give them to you right now.
He kind of looks over himself, kind of seeing if he does have a pen and paper on him, and he looks.
Yvette hands him one.
Yeah, I was about to say, Alistair would pull out a little notebook.
Alistair and Yvette would probably be the most likely. It's like, do you have a pen and paper? Here you go.
Pax just grins, just like, they're always prepared.
That's rather handy. And he takes the paper from Alistair and takes the number for Deja and pulls the slip of paper out of the notebook and slips it in his pocket. Thank you. And he gives it back to you, Alistair.
No problem.
Thank you, Julian. I best not keep you. I'm sure you got a busy night ahead of you.
Ain't that the truth? Always working. Don't you work yourself too hard, okay?
Of course not.
It's a pleasure
You have
meeting
a
you,
good
Doc. And Julian says to Doc, and she gives him a bit of a nod, and Julian starts to walk toward his car to leave you all with your new acquaintance. Well, I've never exactly been dropped off before, so forgive me if I seem a little out of my element.
Well, you're not just being dropped off, you're being picked up. Doc, I believe you're acquainted with Deja, or Deja's sire?
What's up, Doc?
Hi. Pigs can fly, right?
When pigs fly, but yes.
Right. I always get that name mixed up. It's a cute little farm. I've been out there a couple times.
Madam Alexandrov said that you would be the best for help in our situation, so
Yes.
I know we've not met before.
Mr. Hernandez actually gave me a little bit of the details. That you
Oscar
have a
Hernandez?
ghost problem?
Yeah. That's Boss Hernandez.
Pardon.
And so Doc just kind of looks towards you, Pax. That you have a ghost problem.
We do indeed.
Goody.
Perhaps we should take this back to the house.
Right.
And you can see for yourself.
Oh, goody.
Don't be too nervous.
Oh, I'm not
Actually,
nervous.
no, nerves are probably a good idea. This thing can be a bit violent. Pax kind of gestures. Pax gestures to all the scratches that she's still got on her from when the wood splinters flew out at her.
Oh. I can handle violence. It's the other bit that's a little tricky.
The other bit?
Entity that wants to kill you?
That I can deal with too. It's the other bits. The more specialist qualities that are a bit more tricky.
Well, thankfully, we have a individual well suited for such an occasion with Monsieur Knight. and Mademoiselle Doc, we will end up escorting you to the house if you will come with me, s'il vous plaît.
Certainly. And she walks over towards the car with Yvette.
Is there anything we need to get for you to prepare for this? Or do you need an introduction to this entity first?
I think an introduction might actually work better, because then I know what I'm dealing with. You'd be surprised how much of these things are the same city to city.
Well, you come from the Alamo City, so I assume you have quite a bit of working with it.
Some. Probably more than most.
All right, well then, shall we get going?
We shall on your timetable.
Assuming she has a couple of bags, Pax would load them into the back of her tray.
And the implements and things that the bags that she's brought. Probably the one bag, seeing as she's only brought maybe a single change of clothes and maybe a couple of other things. Though it is a little heavy.
No doubt full of books.
No doubt.
Pax will make sure that that's secured in her tray so that it's not going to get damaged or fly out or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll jump in.
Alright. And then the four of you, in your vehicles, make your way towards the coterie house once more. For a while, in the car, Yvette, Doc is very quiet. She kind of looks as if she's just kind of watching out the window in a curious fashion. It's probably similar looks that you've had to come into the city too. That some of it's pretty amazing, other bits are a little bit lackluster, but otherwise seems curious to stare out the window rather than make conversation.
I do not interrupt her. It is a lot to take in when you come to a new city. Just trying to get your bearings is difficult enough. I will, however, end up making it a point to end up observing any tales or anything of the such that may end up causing issue. Because at this exact moment, Mademoiselle Doc is the VIP I am to be overseeing until further notice. After all, it is my job and my station in the coterie. So, at this exact moment, she is under my protection.
And as far as you can tell, there is no one following you.
Très bien.
So the two vehicles pop and drive into the driveway of this rather unkempt home. And when, upon coming out of the vehicle and Doc looking up and down at the somewhat starry state of the outside, she kind of sighs a little bit. Oh, joy. I'm guessing nobody's kept up this place, huh?
But he's been able to.
The house has killed everybody that has tried.
Oh. That's new.
It takes exception to changes.
All of them do. It's just a matter of what kind of changes are acceptable and which aren't.
Nobody's been able to find out. Everybody that's tried has somehow been attacked by the tools they were using.
Hmm. I'm sure my sire would find this place very interesting. But we're not here to talk about him, are we?
I
We
don't
are,
believe so.
we are here to exercise the ghost, but if it helps you concentrate or it helps things off your mind, then by all means discuss your sire or whatever else that comes to your sweetheart.
Well, I'm going to get my things, and then where is this apparition the strongest?
Deja will walk around to the side of the house where we tore the boards off. And
Yvette stays within 5 feet of Doc at all times.
on the outside of the house where we took the boards after digging the hole
Mm-hmm.
that we didn't fill in, um, it's down there.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Pax is unstrapping the bag and she's carrying it over for Doc.
well,
When I went down there are bones, and it seems like it's been used as a butchery.
yeah, I'm getting a strong sense of that right now.
Yeah,
Just so I know what we're working with, what are your clans?
Octavian.
ditto.
I am the Tremere.
Then through.
Fantastic. Good. Means most of you can probably see it. Right?
Oh, I seen it more than I'd like.
Oh, I definitely see it. It's seeped into everything.
Yeah.
And there's a
That's
big
for
old
sure.
net over the whole goddamn thing.
Okay. Well, we're gonna perform a little bit of a seance.
Out your way.
In there, or do you want to do it in the kitchen above it?
Where are we safer?
Probably the
Because,
kitchen.
Probably in the kitchen. That's the spot in the house where it's the strongest. If you want to be where it is the strongest, that's this space under the house.
okay. Because all I want to do is talk. And I need to get it into a point where it can talk and where it will talk.
Well, it really doesn't like us being down there, so kitchen's probably your best bet.
Best not to make it more angry.
Yeah, yeah, let's not do that. I've had enough of that.
Well, the kitchen it is. Lead the way.
Pax would make her way inside, still carrying Doc's bag.
And when you get inside and you hand the bag over to her, she starts pulling out a couple of things that she's included uh, in the bag. She pulls out a little bit of uh, a small kind of cooler. It looks like, and when she when she opens it up, you can see that there are actual bags of blood. There's like 3 or 4 inside of it. She takes one and kind of sets it aside for a moment. and then starts to pull out other things from inside of her bag that seem a little esoteric for a mob doctor.
Can we get a description of what she's pulling out?
A couple of the things seem like they would be similar to things you'd find on a Wiccan altar. Things like sage, things like crystals, things like maybe a hand carved wand. They don't seem like they would be implements of someone of science, and given her reputation, Pax, she's a surgeon. A surgeon who's actually very skilled at making sure that the soldiers and just about anybody else come back alive.
Well, she's a kindred. Just about anything is possible.
And so she takes the bag of blood, kind of puts a little bit of a snip in the top of it, and takes her finger and starts drawing with it on the floor.
Pax is actually going to step out while she's doing this. Because that's extra blood that she really doesn't need to be around right now.
Yes, actually.
You forgot. Damn it.
At the sight and smell, because while it might smell rank, it is the scent of blood. I do need to make you a difficulty 3 frenzy check.
Oh, boy. Okay, 5. Am I using my full potential willpower, or because I've lost?
Whatever's unspent.
Unspent, and so if you had any superficial willpower damage that you would have taken previously in the last sessions, then it would have recovered at the beginning of the night.
Oh.
Superficial recovers. Aggravated, you have to actually do your desire to fix, but superficial recovers at the beginning of the night. The way that I rule it, the way that I play.
Up to your composure or resolve, whichever's higher usually.
Yep, whichever's higher.
She's still 96. No modifiers?
No modifiers.
Okay. Ooh, I don't like that.
Pax.
Well, this is why you have Yvette.
Pax, she opens that cooler and you see blood bags. It looks like blood. You bet it feels like blood. Looking at it, it looks like a tasty treat. She opens the bag with a bit of a quick rip with a fang and dips her finger in it. It looks like the consistency of blood, and when you smell it, that is blood. And
it's like a sledgehammer to the face.
Like a sledgehammer to the face, and you instantly grab the closest one to you, which happens to be from the cooler, and you take it into your hands and you smash it into your face. Your fangs go deep into that plastic and just smash it all over your face, and can't get enough. You start lapping at it and sucking on it. You start to rip at the bag more with both hands, just spraying everywhere.
And it's not enough because it only is like half for me.
You
The, does Yvette have a chance to intervene at any point, or is this?
Yeah, Alistair would
you
be
see this
looking to
going
help.
on now. Now that she's kind of covered her face in it and started ripping at the plastic to try and get every last drop of it.
Okay. I
Doc's
extend.
Doc's kind of kind of shielded her face away, shielded her face a little bit, but the others of you can react.
Jump in on this
I
shit, please.
I will end up grabbing hold of Pax and dragging her out of the room at this exact moment.
Yvette, that's going to be a strength brawl. Pax, I need you also to make a strength brawl. You do not want to be separated from this blood. Also, why would Bags only slake half?
Because my blood potency is higher than normal.
Right, but I thought it wasn't until 3 that happens.
No, it happens at 2.
Oh, you.
I looked it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
I will rouse the blood. That's going to make me hungrier, but I will do a bronze strength and +2. So, Pax, as soon as you end up biting into this, Yvette ends up rushing towards you, grabs hold of your wrist, bends it back over your head, barring your arm above, slipping her arm over your chest and around your shoulder to grab hold, putting her bicep just under your jaw so you cannot end up biting, and proceeds to walk you with one holding your hand palm and walking you into the next room, as I have no doubt that your beast is making you flail like some child.
Yes.
Um, she simply looks to Doc. Je m'excuse. And starts to walk out as Pax is currently flailing about. And Yvette calmly brings her into the next room but to allow her a moment to burn it off.
Pax, I need another frenzy check.
Please be nice to me, Frenzy. There we go.
You are able to successfully cool off now that you are out of sight of this disgusting. You retch at the taste in your mouth.
She's like trying to get it all out of her mouth, off of her face with her hands, and it's like, ugh, yuck, oh, yuck.
Yvette continues to end up holding you in position until she is convinced you are outside of your beast.
But Yvette looks like a tasty treat too.
Yvette, whatever you do, do not let me go.
I have no intention to, Mademoiselle Cosetta. You will come out of this mostly unharmed, if I have any say.
Well, the reason I say don't let me go is because if you let me go, you're gonna be my next meal.
I almost relish the thought, but alas, I will not. You take the moment you require to recover from your indiscretion, Mademoiselle Cosetta, and I will offer sincerest apologies to Doc for the misgivings that may have arisen. Until then, I hope you do not end up struggling too much. I do not wish to end up pulling your arm from socket.
I'll make the best attempt possible. Fuck of all times.
Would you prefer me pinning you up against a wall?
No, no, I would not.
Pax, you would
I
rather be
really would
pinning
not.
her against the wall and getting your fangs deep in her neck.
Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, but it seems so tasty. You can sink your fangs right between where the snake kind of trails against her
I
neck.
know. I know. I know. But shut up. I can't. I
Mr.
cannot. I
Pax?
cannot.
Alistair will walk up and say, I believe I can help.
What?
And he will. How would he do this?
So now nobody except Deja's here with Doc. Uh-oh. Trouble abounds.
He will simply pull out a small pocket knife and make a slit on his thumb, and then walk up and poke Pax on the shoulder. Just enough to transfer some of the blood and use Scorpion's touch.
He's got a scorpion's touch me. Oh god.
Okay. Roll me a scorpion's touch roll then. What's the defense?
Fucking disaster.
Let me pull it.
Scorpion's Touch, you're using blood sorcery. Scorpion's Touch is strength plus blood sorcery versus stamina plus occult or fortitude, dexterity, and athletics.
So I'm going to allow Pax to do a dexterity athletics to combat this, to see if she can
Uh,
dodge out of the way. But it's going to be at a -2 penalty because Yvette's holding her still. So yep.
Oh, she's not making these.
Uh-oh. And that's going to be a compulsion and bane, my friend.
and unfortunately, I don't know anything about Scorpion's Touch as Yvette, so she's just gonna go along with this as a this is Tremere bullshit.
Yes, this is Tremere bullshit. So, Mr. Knight, why don't you go over with us what it is that Scorpion's Touch does, my friend?
The Scorpion's touch, I weaponize my own blood to paralyze someone.
Is that paralyze a mortal or paralyze a kindred?
Both.
Both. Oh, okay.
Might want to read it verbatim because it's very specific on its wording.
Yep, it's very specific on which one's which.
Capable of affecting mortals and vampires alike.
Keep reading.
Because I believe there's
Not if it while hampering vampires, if not necessarily rendering them helpless.
because I believe there's also a damage roll
Yeah.
damage counter, damage taken as a result, which Pax would need to make a stamina and occult or fortitude, whichever she has, if any. If not, it would just be a stamina.
Stamina. Yep, just straight stamina. And I have no dots in occult. So yeah, just straight stamina.
Yep, just stamina.
Wow. Let's do packs tonight. Like that's what's gonna happen.
Oh no. Oh, honey.
she's just not having a good night.
Weapons riven spit at a target. Scorpionated blood incapacitates mortals while hampering vampires. Okay, a specific breathing and biofeedback exercises practice based. The user concentrates it for a turn, forces blood through an open wound. Each rouse checks worth of poison made takes a turn and emits enough blood to coat a bladed weapon. Fill one mouthful. Spitting poison at someone's dexterity athletics. Well, you kind of just shot it out of your finger, which can be dodged like a ranged attack. Although vampires, even or so. Aside from scorpionated blood is a contact poison that sublimes any away in liquids. Blah blah blah. The user cannot poison beverages with it. If poison hits the user, if the user wins, the poison does the margin in aggravated damage to mortals, and in non-half superficial health damage to vampires. So you do take 2 points of superficial health damage.
Oh no, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Remember how I said read the whole thing?
Ah,
It's very specific on the wording.
Yep. So,
oh boy.
not only, Pax, did Alistair touch you, he poisoned you. He hurt
She
you.
just starts kicking and flailing like nothing. I imagine so,
I'm losing your sound, so you're gonna have to finagle
yeah,
something. There you go.
so I imagine right now is kind of like holding on to a struggling cat. She's clawing, she's biting, she's kicking, struggling.
I
The
imagine
moment
she's trying.
Yep.
attacked, yeah,
So
doesn't
Pax,
does it paralyze her at all?
she might be a little hampered at the moment. She's maybe feeling a little stiff, but so Pax, would that trigger another frenzy check?
likely, yes.
Then please make that roll for me, please.
I can't say no because it probably would.
Given your history.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, good.
This isn't really hard to. This one isn't hard to avoid, but he did touch you,
Yes.
and he hurt you. Whatever he did, you saw him muttering something under his breath, and then he touched you, and where he touched you really stings right now.
Yeah.
Like you
She
almost can't
is-
move that arm kind of sting. Like you've
She
almost
is
lost feeling in it.
yelling profanities at him, the likes that should never be said. And it's coming out in a couple of languages, probably a bit of Spanish, Mexican Spanish, and probably a slight bit of Italian coming out.
Monsieur Knight, what did you just do?
It is something that should help immobilize her.
Oh, I've lost your sound completely again, Mox.
Oh no.
There we go.
It goes out when you go to talk about something really important. It's
think
like
what
it
it is-
knows.
No, I think what it is that it's climatized to try and cut out background noise. But when she keeps talking at prolonged periods, it's presuming that's background noise, and so it drops the setting.
Ah,
Oh,
That's
if
at
you
least what
haven't
it sounds
adjusted your
like.
Discord to do a manual gain, then you probably want to do that. But automatic is always so fiddly with Discord. I hate it.
Yeah, it's not good because like a lot of my stuff is being problematic at the moment, and I'm not sure why.
But that's
All
something
right.
we can take a look at over break. But yeah.
At this exact moment, Monsieur Knight, I believe I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time, but I do understand enough Italian to know when one is not wanted. Perhaps you should spend time with Mademoiselle Doc in order to perhaps learn something of your own clan. I believe she
Oh,
introduced herself as Tremere,
She hasn't
or that's been
actually
mentioned,
yet.
or that something has. I think that has been mentioned at
It
least.
has been mentioned before.
Okay, yeah. I didn't want to metagame.
yes. I apologize. And I'll
And
walk away.
and please close the door. I will. If something goes wrong, please do shout.
Understood.
She waits for a moment and holds on to Pax, though her free hand presses against her head. Not harshly, but in a manner that's more calming. She kind of reminds herself of what she did with Chris when he was having a well, I think he broke up with a girlfriend at that time. It's something she tried to end up doing to comfort her. At least it's what she imagines the action should be. She does so until Pax's screaming stops, and when maybe some of the fight has left Miss or Mademoiselle Cotsetta.
We do need to roll for a compulsion and a bane.
Yay.
Well, I'm pretty sure the compulsion is going to be hunger at this point.
Well, I wasn't gonna force it. It's,
I think it's the most natural thing in the scene, but it's ST's choice. I'm
it's
just
natural.
saying that we're all thinking that.
It's fairly natural. Let me actually look up the page of compulsions here, because
But also, Pax is penalized by her clan.
she's penalized by her clan bane. Yes, which I declare a type of roll, and she's at a penalty for.
Yeah.
I think social is
Yeah.
definitely the something that she's suffering her bane from right now. She does not want to be around people.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Should have done it the other way. It would have been better.
Okay, let's look at what a compulsion would be. Let's just random roll it. Hunger. It writes itself. You are famished. You want nothing more than to seek your teeth into the flesh that's the flesh of a Yvette's that's the closest to you. You want to sink your teeth into that right now, and you would do anything for it. But at the same time, you do not want to be around these people. Alistair just fucking touched you when you didn't want him to. He knew that. You've told them. You've told them all. You've told them all not to touch you. You want Yvette to stop fucking touching you.
Everyone keeps on touching me, and I cannot deal with this right now. I am so hungry, and I cannot think straight, and I can hear him. I can hear the voices, and they won't stop.
Mademoiselle Cosetta, do you wish for this to come to an end at this moment?
What do you mean?
Your beast is temperamental, and you must feed. But should we end up putting you in front of another kind, we will be dealing with another ghost in this house, and then Doc will have to make 2 trips.
Well, ain't it lucky for you that I don't eat kind?
What do you eat? Cats, dogs?
You.
You.
Is Deja in the room?
No. Deja's in the other room with Doc.
I feed on kindred. This is what I do.
Yvette, that, according to your sire, is heresy. Whether you believe it or not, that's up to you. But it certainly
It,
doesn't sit well.
no, it does not.
Doesn't sit well with your self-preservation.
It does not, but it also ends up meaning something else.
Pax, all you
No,
hear in your mind is, let me out. Let me out. Let me at her.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. I cannot think right now.
Give yourself
and
We-
over
at
to me,
that
Pax.
moment, since I think I've established, I basically her neck is kind of locked in under my shoulder. I'm holding on to her hand, basically one-handed, so I have full control over her upper body and head.
Yeah.
Right, with one hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use that.
Okay.
Yvette sighs because she does not see any way out of this exact moment, and will raise her free hand to her own nail lips. She feels the pain and the ecstasy of her own bite, self-cannibalism if she were to drink. And when she does, she takes a moment to force Pax's head back, Archer backwards, to place a small amount of her blood. She wills the blood to drip from her wound towards Pax's mouth.
It's like an open fountain.
And Pax licks it up gleefully.
I am willing to give 1 point.
Okay.
Before she licks the wound, and she is convinced that Mademoiselle Cosetta is not of is no longer a danger to herself or the coterie.
Pax, what would that bring your health down to? Or your hunger down to? Pax, what was your hunger?
Her hunger is currently
3. Okay.
What?
Yep.
So after Yvette feeds you, you're at 3.
yes.
Okay.
Yvette takes a moment after licking the wound to. I imagine that Yvette, her taste is that of a coolness. Almost like a menthol cigarette or perhaps some kind of sweet sundae. It is very rich and strong, but also akin to silk, a very soft texture. This is what it is to taste of Ventru, of power and dignity and grace rolled up into a single taste. She closes the wound upon her wrist, and once Pax is settled, she seats Pax down and then proceeds to take a seat beside her. Pardon, Mademoiselle Cosetta, I did not know.
I had it.
Then, by my word, it will not leave my lips.
I'm sure you of all know. It's not exactly looked upon in a friendly light.
No, it is not. In fact, you terrify me.
Good,
And if
but
I
also
had,
not so much.
and if it were not that Doc was in the next room and what Deja would do, I would be well within my right to remove you, if only for the safety of those in under this roof.
I think Deja would be the least of your problems.
Perhaps. I am more concerned of something else, though.
What might
Tell
that be?
me, are you familiar with what would the English call blood bond?
Yeah,
Do I know that some of your kind are resistant to it or consume those they find to feed completely so they would not be bound by blood. Is this similar to your case?
I'm sorry, what?
My fear is that I have bound us together.
That's definitely a possibility. But I think it's more me bound to you than you to me.
No, you are coterie, and so we are bound to each other. But if this is a secret, that must be kept. And this is what it takes to go to. Do you believe that Deja or Monsieur Knight would be able to stop you if you were to perhaps lunge upon them?
Probably not. Then again, I don't know their full capabilities.
Perhaps not. But
Uh,
this is
Continue.
it is their safety I am concerned with.
Yeah, yeah. Normally I don't let it get this far.
And I have only given you so little. But should I end up pushing it myself, I would put myself in the same predicament as you.
You know how I mentioned setting up a joint, a way to get money, doubles up as a second way for you guys to be able to feed. If I can get you guys fed, it makes it a little bit less of a problem. As Pax is talking, she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out a box of glass slides. And she takes a little bit of the blood off of her lips and puts it onto the slide. Presses it between two.
The Yvette looks at that. Mademoiselle Cosetta, why are you collecting my vitae?
Helps me track who I fed from. You mentioned blood bonds. Kind of important, don't you think?
It is.
Subsequent feedings make the bond stronger.
Over a period of nights, we.
Yeah.
Then I must end up making sure that you have more to end up offering before the night is out.
Don't stress yourself over it.
Mademoiselle Cosetta, This is not for debate, nor is it for you. It is for the rest of the coterie. And while I would had every other opportunity listen to what you have to say, at this point, pride will end up doing you no good, nor the coterie. And we still have to help Doc and this ghost, so we cannot have you off your game. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
How much more can you take?
Not a lot.
Then tonight you will end up joining me for a little bit of whining and dining. And should the worst come to pass, I will make sure that you are set for the evening. There will be no discussion about this. This is how it must be.
Okay.
And I am sorry that you have been put in such a compromised position.
It's my own mistake.
And now it is us involved in conspiracy.
Don't be so pleased about it. This could be fun.
When I fear, Mademoiselle Cosetta, that there's only so many ways you can go about your feeding without it becoming an issue. And I fear that perhaps one of the only ways you can resolve it is to find someone you can trust and to be your tormentor.
Yeah.
I am horrified to think of your own prospects.
Pax, your mind starts to immediately drift towards Boss Hernandez, and is he gonna be mad if he finds out? Your mind really concentrates on him right now.
She actually would outwardly look rather nervous about the prospect.
Why are you nervous?
He's gonna be angry. He's gonna be angry. He's gonna be angry with me.
If he finds out, he's gonna be mad.
Who's going to be mad?
Oh god, what is he gonna do if he gets mad? I've never seen him mad.
I just hope he doesn't throw me away. He wouldn't do that. No, he wouldn't. There's no way he'd throw me.
Would he treat me like trash? Am I trash?
Not trash.
Is this clearly written, this distress upon Mademoiselle Cosetta's face?
Yep, and she's talking to herself. She seems to have blanked out entirely.
Mademoiselle Cosetta, you may notice that Yvette, has now taken to a kneeling position in front of you to check in on you.
What?
I do not need you to fret. You can forget about all your troubles. And I am going to use cloud memory.
Okay. So dominate powers. Yvette, I would like you to make the roll.
I'm not blood boosting because I don't have a lot of blood to use. Still 2. So not too bad.
Pax?
So, what do I need to do to resist this? I can't
That's an
remember.
intelligence resolve. Unless you want to purposely choose it to fail it.
Let me actually check something. Okay. No, we didn't.
But dominate is typically intelligence resolve.
Yep.
Or defense.
Intelligence resolve. I had to make sure of something.
I just couldn't remember.
I made you forget.
Uh,
Up to you.
oh man.
Since Pax is. Yes, Pax. Cloud memory only affects the most recent 30 seconds to a minute or so.
Yep. And that has been about the time it's taken for. Yeah. That has been about what it's been since she took the slide.
It's been a little bit longer than that, but
Oh,
I'll let it slide. It's a couple minutes.
clouding the memory of a resisting victim or another vampire requires a charisma plus dominate versus wits plus resolve.
Wits resolve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
Is that the same dice roll or is it a different count?
That's cloud memory.
Oh no. What is that the same dice pool where it's 6 cut and 6
Yeah,
dice?
wits resolve. Yep. As opposed to intelligence. So that's my own fault.
Yeah, that would have been actually less dice on my end.
Okay. Then we'll just take the last dice off of that.
It's
Which would have
it's fine. She's still hurt,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that would have removed the
And-
success. It would have been an absolute failure.
And Yvette is just going to, in Pax's days, take the slide of her own blood and put it aside, or put it in her pocket.
Okay.
Pax, you calm down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good. I will end up taking care of it if it's within my power to do so. At this exact moment, I need you at your best. Whatever you need. Now, I will see about getting you fed so you can heal and be très bon.
Okay.
She stands to her feet. I believe the others are joining us. Would you like to end up cleaning up a small amount? She kind of takes a small nap, has a McDonald's wrapper on it, the alcohol wrap, as she kind of offers it to Pax.
You are
Yeah.
pretty caked in bagged blood.
Yeah. She takes the wipe and kind of uses it to clean a little bit of it up. And she left her bag just sitting on the floor in here the previous nights. So she goes over to that and she pulls out a spare shirt and pants and just tries to clean herself up as much as possible.
I think that is a good place where we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back, everyone, with more Austin by Starlight. Be back soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight. The coterie has met up with a person that they've been introduced to by the name of Doc, who is from San Antonio, who is a mutual acquaintance to someone that Pax knows, Mr. Hernandez, here in Austin. And as a result, has been more or less commissioned by the coterie to assist them in a bit of a ghost problem. And it is believed that with Doc's set of skills, that she'd be the perfect person to help them excise this little nuisance that has come to bring them harm should they stay for long periods of time and leave the cupboards unlatched. Pax, at the start of this little adventure, had nearly had a run-in with some wood thrown at them by this poltergeist, so she's not keen on doing that again. But a bit of a red herring had been thrown into the mix, as Pax had also let her hunger get away with her. And as a result, when Doc pulled out a few blood bags to perform a bit of a seance, Pax dug and helped herself to one of these bags and decided to rip it open, splashing herself with it, as well as trying to lick up the remnants in a bit of a frenzy. Yvette successfully was able to remove Pax from the room and get Pax to settle down. Alistair followed quickly after, and that left Deja in the room with Doc for the moment. Deja, you just witnessed 3 members out of your coterie just simply exit the room, one of which in a flailing frenzy that is something that you hadn't seen out of Pax before, not in the brief time that you've known her. And it was pretty impressive that Yvette was able to more or less get her to stop simply by performing some kind of martial arts and chokehold measure or some form of something, and get her out of the room. It was kind of quite an impressive sight.
Yeah, it has, it has given Deja a bit more respect for Yvette and maybe a little bit more insight into what it is that she does for a living. But Deja's still a bit confused regardless of Yvette's composure and control. Pax is normally more self-composed and aware than she was at this moment. She's a bit concerned for Pax and her state of mind and how how she could possibly continue at this moment unless they're able to get her under control. But with all this going on in her mind, she walks over to her bag and pulls out a few implements. She came a bit prepared to help assist Doc in this endeavor this evening with the seance. A rather large piece of amethyst and a large labradorite wand. And as she unwraps these and sets them down next to Doc, she reaches around her neck and pulls out her pinnacle and pulls it off of her neck to add to the implements for the seance.
She kind of just looks at you. She's a little bit caked in the blood, much like yourself. That Pax ripped open and sprayed everywhere all over the floor.
Do you need to get cleaned up, Doc?
I'm more annoyed.
Deja will return to her bag and pull out a package of it looks like diaper wipes, but they're sanitary napkins that are coated with an alcohol wipe that can be used to clean. She opens the package and offers it to Doc.
I'm gonna need a full-on shower after this. She starts, taking some wipes and starts wiping her face down. Oh, God. I
After
came
she
prepared
does,
tonight. I came prepared
not for
with my
this.
own supplies. That all I would need, everything I would need for a one-night stay.
You were prepared for what you were doing. You weren't prepared for all of this.
I honestly
Uh,
should have anticipated a little bit more. I really should have, because I'm dealing with kindred, for fuck's sakes. Not dealing with your average Joe, I'm dealing with kindred. And it's not your fault.
in all honesty, I wasn't prepared for that myself. I've never seen her in such a state as this.
Well, that... I hope that she can maintain a little bit more grace and composure in front of the boss. I'm sure he's gonna find it lovely. Because, to be fair, this was also my breakfast for in the morning.
Do we need to reimburse you?
Well, I think the only one of you who can is Pax. I'm going to be speaking with her privately later, I'm sure. But if you're wanting to help, she looks at your implements. I would welcome it.
Yes.
Because when these things come, they don't come clearly. So, it's sometimes hard to make it out. So I would appreciate any insight you might also be able to shed.
I don't know very much. I know enough to know that I don't have the necessary skills required to do this. I'm hoping to use this as a bit of education. No,
Well, the way that I've been taught is very much in the vein of things that Tremere practice. I'm not incredibly well versed in the actual magic of such things. That's more my brother's specialty.
your brother.
Yes, he was the magic prodigy and I was not. No, I'm more the muscle out of the two of us. If that makes any sense.
I see.
But I have keener insight than he does. That's where he lacks.
Oh. Interesting.
But, shall we get on with it then?
Yeah,
Or do we want to wait for them?
either they'll get this under control or they won't. I don't want to keep you any longer than you absolutely have to be.
Alright. And she goes back to, with all of the blood that's spilt on the floor of this house now. She begins to trace her fingers through it, kind of muttering something under her breath, kind of just. It almost seems like she's
Heightened senses to see if I can, even if I don't understand it, at least listen to whatever it is that she's muttering.
It sounds like gibberish. Like, legitimately, it doesn't sound like another language. It sounds like gibberish. But she starts to draw a few things in the blood. She starts to kind of spread it around with her fingers. She's, from an outside perspective, almost looks like she's playing in it.
Finger paint.
That she's. But then once she's drawn, seems like a circle, maybe a couple of other shapes, a oddly shaped letter here and there.
Do any of them look like specific sigils or runes that I would be aware of?
Make me an intelligence occult.
Okay. Let's see.
Alistair, it's about this time that you'd be walking back into the room too.
Ooh. 4, 5. 5. Critical.
You think they might be based in something ancient? Maybe Norse? You can't be positive.
Okay.
What would my character know about what she's doing? Would I recognize any of these symbols from rituals that I know or have seen?
Intelligence occult.
Would my blood magic specialty apply?
Yes, go ahead and throw that in there too. Since you are specifically looking for anything that's blood magic related.
That'd be 5.
This isn't a pattern that you've seen before. This is... It's not like something that's been passed down. Handcrafted, maybe? You're fairly certain that this isn't something that that's particularly common in Tremere circles, even if the drawings and the and such are a little bit different from Tremere to Tremere. Because of the nature of blood magic, it is individualized to a heavy degree, but at the same time there are consistencies that happen between the different styles. Say you're familiar a little bit with how your sire's sigils work, and your sigils, as far as the writing goes, is very similar in design. But even if it's a little bit different because of how it works for you, this is completely odd. This is. It's an oddity to look at. And that even looking at it, you're scrutinizing and thinking, that's shouldn't be there. That should actually connect to this. This is maybe completely wrong, maybe complete bullshit. But she then touches the center of this circle that she had made in the blood. And it's almost as if her eyes kind of fall back into the back of her head. Like she's gone completely wide-eyed. And she starts speaking.
Alice is going to be furiously taking notes and drawing this down.
Deja's trying to memorize what she did with the circle, but is the language still in the gibberish that she was speaking as she was forming the circle, or is it an actual language now?
Like, she's actually speaking in English now.
Okay.
And let me make a quick roll to see how clear of an image she gets. Oh, I have to turn that thing off. Her eyes are kind of in the back of her head, and she's kind of it's almost as if her head's craned where she's just looking forward. Death. Lots and lots of death in this place. Kindred. Butchery. Flesh eater. Poor girl. Pieces. Oh God, so many pieces. Here. She's here. It's here. The thing she loved. The thing she wants. The things she needs. And then you hear so many of the cabinets start to rattle against the latches that have been had strapped them down. And Yvette and Pax, you do hear a lot of the cupboards and some of the doors, and even some of the upstairs kind of different things start to rattle all around the house. The creaking of the floors is loud.
I think at that point, Pax would get up and make way to see what's happening.
Can I? Go ahead. What I need to do will come after. Go ahead.
I will end up standing up following Mademoiselle Cosetta. And now that this situation has been alleviated and another the situation has begun, I will end up walking into the next room to observe Doc, Alistair, and Deja. hoping that this has not gotten too bad.
So far, you see a bit of a splashy blood circle mess on the floor, and that Doc is kind of leaned over it with her hand kind of in the center of what she's painted? Question mark. And her eyes have gone completely white, and she seems to be staring almost as if she's staring through the wall.
Monsieur Knight, is this normal?
This is not a ritual that I am familiar with.
Okay. Yvette just goes to her case on the table, opens it up, and proceeds to end up drawing out her FAMAS.
When Doc says that what she wants, what she desires, what she loved is here, Deja wants to see if she can use premonition to identify what this is that the spirit is tied to, what the spirit is looking for.
You most certainly may. If you would like. Let me just do a quick thingy here, because she does need to take this into account.
Okay. 2, 4. That is 6.
You allow yourself to be overcome with the sensations that are going on in the house right now.
Yes.
The anger and the frustration of the slamming of the cupboards, the almost screaming sigh that you all now hear now, but it's a loud kind of scream in your ears, Deja. It's piercing, it's agonizing, it needs to lash out. Things around the room, what little things you thought might not come loose, start to. And audibly, Deja, you hear a scream. Stop it! Get out! Get out! This is my house! Get out! It's a woman shouting at you, and Doc expresses that she hears the shouting. She, almost as if she looks at you, Deja, knowing that you've kind of opened yourself up, and kind of seeing that you seeing that Doc has also got a bit of an aura going on around her now.
Yeah.
that that she starts to speak in a distorted voice. Now you all can hear the "get out," but it's coming from Doc. Get out. Your kind isn't welcome here. Get out. You did this to me. Get out. And Doc is actually going to swing at you, Deja.
Might I interfere?
You may.
Okay.
What do you plan to do?
I wish to end up putting Doc into. Well, I wish to stop Doc from causing any damage, so I will do unto her what I ended up doing to Mademoiselle Cosetta.
Okay, you can make me a a strength or dexterity brawl, your choice.
Shall I be using dexterity?
And so will Doc, because she intends to be very quick about what she's doing.
C'est dommage.
You can when when you kind of meet in a bit of a stalemate, Yvette, you can tell that Doc is holding back. You can tell that the whatever's going on with her wants to use it full force, but she seems to be attempting to stop it.
And
She
I am
didn't swing
trying
with her
not
full.
to. I am trying not to end up harming her myself, so
Yep. So
this is being very difficult.
Yep, you're both at a bit of a stalemate. But this isn't a frenzy. It's not like she's completely lost it to the beast.
Do I dare guess possession?
One could assume.
Pax is gonna speak up, and she says, "There's no need to attack us. We just want to make the situation functional for yourself and ourselves. We ain't going anywhere."
You did this to me. Get out.
We've done
"Who
nothing
did this to
you.
you? What was their name?"
Your kind.
Perhaps. Perhaps it was. Should I end up judging that of. Should I damn the entirety of a single group for the behavior of one? We have offered hospitality in our in what is now our home. Unto you. We are trying to end up remaining civil. But if you wish to end up continuing to lash out, I'm afraid you're going to have to end up vacating the current premises and do it elsewhere. This kind of behavior is not tolerable here.
But it was your kind that took me and my sisters and my brothers and my friends, my neighbors, took them all to pieces.
It was not us. We did not do this to you.
How do I know that?
What year was it when you were alive?
It doesn't matter. And you hear the rattling of everything going off again.
It does
Over
matter.
100 years ago, wasn't it? I'm still a baby. I've only been in this life 1 year. And 21 years prior.
It's
I'm
almost like
sure you heard what happened in the other room.
it's almost like Doc regains her senses once more. There's 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 so much anger. There's no quelling that.
No chance at all, huh?
I don't think so. It's not gonna see reason. This is
So
horrible. A flesh eater.
Yeah, butchery.
how do we remove it? How do we exercise it?
This thing. Oh, what did I see? What is that thing? It's on the tip of my brain and I just can't seem to find it.
Can you describe it?
Metal. Small.
Ring, bracelet, necklace.
Charm?
A ring?
It's under the
Feather?
floor.
Do you know
Down
where
below.
under the floor?
It's in that space.
Do you
But
know
I-
if it was made of steel, aluminium, copper?
I can't tell.
Well,
It didn't. I got a glimpse of it, and as soon as
Was
it zipped across, I don't remember anymore.
a hook or a
said-
hatchet?
You said it was in the space?
In the space, small.
Do you know approximate location?
I have to get down there.
Deja's going down there. Deja's going to go grab a flashlight and
Mademoiselle Deja, Mademoiselle Doc, it
Yes.
is fair to say that you are going in there and it reacted violently towards Mademoiselle Cosetta, and you will be harmed.
I
That's
can
always
handle
awesome.
myself, hun.
It is not that you are a guest, and you are brought here by request. I will not have you down. I will do it.
if we don't find this thing, we're not going to be able to remove this thing.
I said
This
I will
the
do
spirit.
it.
You don't know what you're looking for.
No. She walks over to the fridge and grabs a fridge magnet. So I guess I better start looking for small metal objects.
I'm going down there with you.
Mademoiselle Doc, I cannot end up promising your safety should you end up going down there.
I came here to do a job, Miss Yvette,
Very
and I
well.
will do my job.
Deja is still gonna go. Already has her flashlight and is going out to go underneath.
And Doc starts climbing in with you, and you can see that her eyes almost seem to shift with the low light underneath this place. Like she's very quickly adjusted to the fact that there's very little in the way of light down here besides what you have, Deja.
She's going to try and use heightened senses to see if she can find any glint from the light and try to make sure that she's not pointing the beam of the light directly in Doc's eyes or anyone else's eyes.
And you
I
see
say, look, what she's assuming is a fetter.
Yvette will activate the toughness.
Mhm.
Now she is hungry. But will try and stay in the dirt and focus upon the task at hand.
and Doc immediately starts to kneel down and start digging in the dirt.
Deja's gonna move to where she and Pax were when Pax was being attacked by the house.
And you can hear
To
the
start
boards around this little place start to creak as if they're going to be pulled out at once more.
She's not paying any attention to that. She's using her hand to sift back and forth through the area where they were. where they were standing to see if there's anything metal that she can find.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
upstairs, Pax is going to actually pull out her crucifix, and she's going to say a very quiet prayer for the
Okay.
spirit of the house.
okay.
Alistair is going to get on his phone and call his sire.
Oh. That's interesting. And what do you call him up and tell him?
Hello.
Ah, Alistair.
Wilfred, it is good to hear your voice. I came across something interesting, and I've not been able to make heads nor tails of it, and I thought it might pique your curiosity.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, uh, we shall have to. Is this something we should discuss in person?
It is drawn on the floor of my home. If you would wish to come over, it is up to you.
Oh, interesting. Yes, I suppose I shall be over right away.
Very good. I'll see you shortly then.
Good lad. And he hangs up. In the meantime, Deja and Yvette, there are rotted boards that are starting to, as you look at them, seem like they're being pulled off of the wall. So,
I will place myself between the boards and Deja and Doc.
okay.
I may not be good at this voodoo magic thing, but I know that what I can do is stop them from being distracted and harmed.
Okay. Then I would like you to make me a stamina and athletics as a
Would
withstand roll.
would fortitude be added to this?
Because you have toughness put up, yes. No, actually toughness is going to reduce any damage.
Okay. Ouch.
Ooh, ouch. Oh, Yvette.
Dark dice happens at the worst possible time.
Oh, well. That's 2, which would be reduced to 1 superficial health damage from a rotted 2x4 that just kind of seems to splinter on impact with you.
I try to end up preventing myself from grimacing. Focus on the job. Stay between the target and the clients.
And Doc is going to try and find the thing that she is looking for. Do you have investigation, Deja?
I do not believe so.
No. Okay. Then she's looking on her own.
Nope, no investigation.
And she doesn't find it just yet.
Dacia's trying to help as much as she can.
Deja, I would like you to make me. You are free to do a similar investigation roll, a wits investigation, but since you don't have dots in it, you can do it as a separate roll.
It'd be just wits, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, This isn't going to be great. That is 2 successes, though.
Oh. Yeah, between the two of you, you're still not finding it yet. So that's a bit of a bit of a bust in that regard for that moment. Yvette, is there anything different that you're going to be doing here in the near future?
No, I am trying to protect them from the house attacking them, stopping them from receiving damage, and not be distracted from the house trying to murder us all.
Okay.
I'm at this point trying to remind myself that this is what I do for a living. And oh, sacre bleu. Sacre bleu.
It's going to be a little bit before anything else can actually come off of the space. Maybe I'll be able to actually impale you, but uh, uh, uh,
As long
Deja.
as you've taken the hits rather than anybody else, she'll call it a day.
Okay, fair enough. And so, Deja, go ahead and
Yeah.
make me a wits investigation at a +1. Because you and Doc are still continuing the search.
Ooh.
Would I roll as
4.
well
Uh,
for soaking?
yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
That's going to be 5 critical.
Ooh. Fantastic. So you're looking over the same space as Doc, both of you with your senses kind of locked on target. Doc is continuing to, it looks like she's seeming to continue to dig in a specific kind of area within the same, within about a foot worth of space. She digs, getting her, getting very kind of about 2 feet deep into this dirt when
Okay.
you errantly shine your light in a specific way, and she spots it and pulls out something. I've got it, she says, which is
Then,
when uh, one more of these pieces of wood starts to fly at you, Yvette. Kind of at you specifically, to try and deter you. So I need you to make me one more stamina plus athletics.
can Daisha help with that? Trying to get Yvette out of the way if she sees it coming?
You were
Yvette seems
already helping with
pretty.
Doc.
Yeah, okay. That's
That's the
right.
whole reason
Yvette
for
seems
your role.
pretty predetermined to trying to eat this for you.
I get that. The house is trying to kill somebody again, and Daisha doesn't want that to happen. She doesn't care who it is.
Okay, so it's 2 and 2. So, uh, okay, so no damage dealt.
I kind of imagine that the splinter board comes right for her face, and she just braces herself as the board ends up crushing into her nose, her eyes, her forehead, and just kind of shatters into toothpicks as kind of cascades over Doc and Deja. She just
It's
kind of
time to
breaks.
get out of here.
And Pax, when uh, uh, you suddenly hear a very loud scream, which you weren't hearing all that much before, but you're definitely hearing it now. You could almost feel like this thing is kind of pressing up against your mind, and Deja, you feel it a little bit too, and and maybe even Yvette and Alistair to some degree, even though they're not nearly as attuned to this kind of thing as maybe the other two, but you you can feel it shouting. You can feel almost a number of voices behind it shouting in unison. That
We
Go ahead.
Pax just says into the void, "We ain't going anywhere." Did you hear me?
Yeah, and it just screams at you. It screams and screams and screams in your mind. It's almost unending.
Dacia is trying to usher Doc and Yvette and herself out of this hole under the house.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same voice that I heard before screaming at me?
Yes.
Before it took over Doc?
Yes.
Okay.
I found it. Oh my god, this is great. Because now we can turn it off. And it's almost she pulls out this something out of her pocket, a kind of small, looks like metal container, and she puts this little, seems like a hairpin, like a flower hairpin, opens up the box, sticks it into the box, and closes the box, and instantly it is silent.
Was I able to see what it... You said it's a hairpin?
Yep, it was a hairpin. And it is instantly silent. No more screaming. No more yelling. Nothing.
Have the doors and drawers stopped rattling too?
Yep.
Merci beaucoup, Mademoiselle Doc.
What are you gonna do with that thing, Doc?
Well, I didn't think that would work, but it did. It's just a little box made of iron. I was thinking about taking a welding torch and, well, somebody else taking a welding torch, actually, welding it shut and putting it somewhere else.
Does just removing that from the house remove them?
It removes most of it, from my experience. That you might still have the errant creepy noise, but so far as I know, this would kind of serve as like a jail. So, yeah. That should about do it.
What do we owe you, Doc? Besides breakfast.
Well, breakfast would be nice, but I don't think you should be worrying about that, Miss Deja.
Right.
I could use a new set of clothes. I only brought one other pair.
How big is Doc?
She's about 5'7".
Okay, she's
Lean.
about the She's about the same size as Deja.
She's
Deja
lean,
will
but
go
she's not thin.
Deja will grab the spare set of clothes that she has rolled up in her bag and hand them to Doc.
Oh, oh, uh, are you sure?
I've got more at the house.
Okay. Well, fantastic. And you see that a car is starting to pull up towards the house, Yvette and Deja.
I will
And
handle this portion of it.
Doc kind of turns toward that car and looks to you, Deja. Are you expecting more company?
Not that I'm aware of. Vet?
No, like I said, I will handle it. After all, she pulls out some of the splinters out of her hair and kind of tries to readjust it, brushing herself off.
Alistair, you do see that the car is starting to pull up, and
I was about to say I would start walking out of the house.
and Pax, you realize that there's someone pulling up too, from the room that you're in.
Pax gets up and she kind of just peers out the window and she just stays inside for now.
Deja's gonna stay right by Doc.
Okay. And Yvette, when you walk up towards this person, you see it's an older gentleman. He's got a bit of a beard. That he's fairly well dressed, all things considered. And when he comes out of the car, he looks toward you. Hello.
Bonsoir.
And
Is that
he starts to speak to you in French as well. How are you tonight?
Yvette's kind of shocked. She proceeds to end up talking in French at every opportunity. I'm doing fantastic. I'm sorry. Are we able to end up helping you in some way?
I'm here to see Alistair.
Monsieur Knight, are you an acquaintance of his?
Why, yes. I am his sire.
You are a kindred, then. Okay.
Yes, I am
Please,
very aware
this
of
way.
who you are, miss. You are all his associates.
Oui. Come on. Ici. She starts to guide him towards. I have no doubt Alistair at this point is currently bursting through the front door.
Yes, he is. He is walking out.
Ah, Alistair, my boy. He speaks in English.
Ah, Wilfred. Everyone, this is Wilfred Godfrey. He is the man who, made me who I am right now. And he'll walk up and give him a big handshake and, please, come in.
Doc kind of turns to you, Deja. What? Why is he here?
You're muted.
I have absolutely no idea. I assume Alistair called him beyond that. I haven't a fucking clue.
Christ.
Uh, I assume it has to do with something to do with our little ritual here tonight. It's only a guess.
I'd like to make a note that Pax has actually started cleaning up.
You were at the window.
She just now that all the noise and everything is over, she's still inside. She just walks around and she starts to neaten everything up and starts to clean up.
Mm-hmm. It is still a bloody mess in this house. Even though you have started cleaning up, it is going to take a while to clean this up. But before long, Doc starts to go back in the front door. And Wilfred does follow you, Alistair, where it is that you're leading him.
I'll take him to the kitchen. Yes, I had never seen this before. Thought you might be interested in it as well. And to talk to our associate here that was performing something tonight.
I'm assuming Pax is there at this point.
Kind of mopping and, more or less spreading a lot of
Uh,
mess.
Sorry. What's happening here?
Ah, Pax, this is Wilfred Godfrey. He is my sire.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
I'm Pax Cassetta.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Cassetta.
Is there anything I can help you with tonight?
Oh, well, Alistair said that something interesting was happening, and so he had invited me over in order to take a peek at something.
She
Pax
looks
kind of
like
casts a glance over at Alistair, and the look in her eye is very questioning.
Yes, and Alistair will pull out his notebook, and it looks like they're cleaning up already, but I did take notes. Just like you taught me.
Ah, very observant. And that's when Doc's in the room and kind of folds her arms, kind of cocking her head. Excuse me. I don't think I gave you permission for that.
Permission for what?
Taking notes about me?
This is a circle I've never seen before.
That doesn't
I
mean
did
you
not.
copy it, you stupid asshole. What? You expected me to just be willy-nilly okay with you copying?
Alistair will sigh. I should have known better. It got the better of me, my interest in your work. You were so busy I did not want to bother you, so I contacted the next closest thing of someone who
Oh
would
my
know
god.
what is going on.
Oh my god. And I thought Carlos was an idiot. Really? The fact that I even performed in front of you should say a lot about the implied trust that was put into this. Pax, you and I need to talk.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
Like right now. In private.
Pax leads her to a separate room.
Wilfred looks over to you, Alistair. I'd still like to see those notes if you still have them.
Yvette will place herself at the door to make sure that Mademoiselle Cosetta Doc is not disturbed.
I will hand over the notes.
Meanwhile, inside this private room, Pax, you see that Doc is visibly flustered.
Concerning my previous actions, I must apologize,
You know, I could legitimately forgive that.
but not what my coterie mate just did.
I could. I understand that this is a job for Hernandez, and I'm willing to be civil. I really am. But that is the whole. I mean, what he copied is bullshit. But the fact that he would, on another Tremere who is a guest in his home,
I'll
are they
certainly have a
even
word
La
with them.
Cosa?
No, they are not. They are the coterie that I will certainly be having.
Then why wasn't I dealing with you, just you, directly? Because
Because
you and I are family.
unfortunately, Doc, this house is mine. I'm under the influence of a baron. This is the position I've been put into.
I
Gotta work.
understand positions and barons and things like
Sorry.
that. God.
Sorry you've been caught up in it. What can I do to make this right?
I am at a loss. The first thing that I can think of is thank God I'm not hungry right now, because otherwise you would have stolen my breakfast. I still have a little bit more. That's only going to get me through to tomorrow evening. What I do after that, it's not going to cover it. Because I still have to meet back up with Julian. I still have to meet back up with people in San Antonio. And I still have to meet back up with other people that I have appointments for tomorrow. My day tomorrow is ruined.
So for the rest of this evening, I'm replacing the blood that I stole.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go to Hernandez.
Of course.
And I don't want to do that to you.
I appreciate that.
Because then I'm gonna have to get people in San Antonio involved.
And we don't want that.
No, we don't. We don't need a full-on war going on.
Well then, I shall get right on that. Is there anything else that I can do? Besides giving my coterie mate a very hard kicking.
If he was mortal, I would say I want him dead. But you and I are not made, and I have no say.
Of course.
So please, Just. I don't know. He seems like a good kid, and I hate that he's such a young kid because he could have, with a little bit of discretion, he might even have promise. I mean, the the fact that I'm I'm just baffled. I don't even know how to put what it is I want to do to him right now into words.
Welcome to my everyday life.
And he is lucky I am as composed as I am.
I'm quite thankful for that. We don't need more than one going off our heads tonight.
No. I know what I would do in La Cosa Nostra. I don't know what I would do as a kindred.
Some responsibility needs to be taken.
Even if the sigil that I made was real, and to any degree, the fact that I had to reveal that to you and to him and to everyone else makes me look like a fraud.
Of course. But we both know you aren't a fraud.
No, what I did isn't blood magic.
What you did worked.
That I can be grateful for. So, Deja was nice enough to offer some clothing, and I could use a shower. Does the water work here?
Does it? I don't know out of character.
Huh.
I haven't tried it yet, so I'm not really all that sure.
Ooh.
I hope so, or Alistair's been taking cold showers.
But if not, I have sorted out a place for you to stay.
So, where would that be exactly?
Use my haven.
You're sure?
Yeah.
That's awful generous.
It's the least that I can do for the fuck ups tonight.
How good, Max.
I do
I can
my
see why
best.
Hernandez likes you a lot. Why he calls you Bija.
That man has been very good to me.
Well, so long as you're treating him right, I suppose things will work out.
Of course.
If I can think of something that you could do for me, then I'll let you know. Right now, I'm just too flustered to even think about that right now.
Please do. Do you have my contact number?
I don't think I do.
Pax will write it down on a piece of paper for her.
And this will go in my Rolodex.
Fantastic. Now, if you don't mind me, I need to go deal with my fool coterie mate.
And I need a shower, so I'm gonna go do that.
Yep. And she points her towards the shower.
And she takes the clothes that Deja gave her and goes up the stairs to go and get a shower.
Meanwhile, Pax exits the room and her eyes land directly on Alistair.
Yvette takes a step to the side. Said she was at the door entrance. I'm sure Pax would understand exactly why she must, but places herself to the side and lets what is about to transpire continue.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
Mr.
I know. It is completely wrong, yes? I've never seen this kind of thing before. Yes.
Excuse me. I'm
Rude,
sorry to interrupt. Sorry,
but
sir, what was your name again?
Wilford Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey. Do you mind if I just borrow Mr. Knight here for a moment?
Oh, please, go ahead, if you must.
And she gestures for Alistair to follow her.
forgive me, Wilfred. I don't know what this is about, but I'm sure it shall be interesting. And he'll follow you.
And Wilfred
As
just
the door
takes the
closes,
notes and just continues to look at them.
as the door closes, Pax picks up the nearest object and smacks Alistair over the head with it.
Okay. Alistair, are you going to just take it?
Fuck no.
Pax, this is going to be a strength and melee. Alistair, it's a dexterity athletics.
It's not a best dice pool, but
It's better than Pax's.
you sure about that?
Oh shit!
Well, Pax, you smack him over the head, but let's be real. You were kind of pulling your punches. You're not meaning to hurt him.
It doesn't hurt. She's not strong enough to make it hurt. She says, sit your ass down, boy. You know how much you just fucked up?
Excuse me.
Your clan deals in secrets, don't they? You understand secrets.
I understand secrets, yes.
Then why the fuck would you take another Tremere's fucking research, write it down, and then share it? Without fucking permission? What kind of idiot are you?
Alistair will just take a deep breath and calm himself. One, I don't know where I'm hearing it, but I'm hearing I'm hearing it twice.
Yeah, I'm hearing an echo on your mojo.
I have to listen to you
Huh?
yell at me twice.
Yeah, Mojo, you're getting
4 times on the
feedback.
VOD.
Right.
Yeah, so this I don't know why it's coming through, but it's coming through on you. So just mute up for a bit, okay?
It's nice and warm in here. Why?
Now she's arguing about heaters.
Yes, I will give her a moment.
Boy, if you come up with some
So,
smart ass remark, I might just put a fucking bullet
at
somewhere.
the mention of that, Alistair will get a dead look on his face. Look, I care about the science behind everything. I care about the knowledge that it holds. That is all. I realize I should have asked permission, and that was a misstep on my part. But don't think for a second that you can just treat me this way.
You understand that her doing this was a fucking favor.
As I said,
No, no,
I
no, no,
will
no.
figure this
Shut the
out
fuck
and
up.
make this up.
Shut up and
I
listen.
don't think I will.
No, shut up and listen, boy. Because you don't fucking understand. I'm working with the fucking mob. working with the Hakata. Boss Hernandez is the one that called her in here. And if you fuck up, he takes it out of my ass. Do you understand? Stop making excuses. Stop
I am
arguing back.
making no excuses. I said that I will fucking come up with something and figure out a way to make it up with this.
You don't need to do shit. You just need to take fucking responsibility.
Alistair will just pinch the brim of his nose. I don't understand what you want from me right now aside from kissing your
Except
ass.
fuck that you fucked up
Didn't
and
I
just
just
shut up
say that I
and
fucked
let
up?
me have a go at you. Because otherwise this might just get fucking ugly. And understand that you now fucking owe me one. Got it? Now you can fucking open your trap. Don't be a smartass.
You know, you're being very unpleasant.
I'm being very unpleasant.
Yes.
I can always ask her to let the fucking ghost back. Then you can deal with that for as long as you fucking like.
I gotten quite used to living alongside with this. I think I'm
Interesting.
the only person that actually could stay here. I don't know what you all were afraid of.
You're a fucking idiot.
No, maybe you're just a fucking coward.
No. 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 You don't get to fucking pull that shit.
Coffee, it is very hard to play a serious scene watching you freak out.
I know.
Sorry, don't mind me.
Pax is probably right on the verge of a frenzy at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna point that out.
One more little quip from him, and you're going, "Yep." Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm fully aware. Same for Alistair.
Am I
He's
gonna
not
have
the
to
kind
get?
of guy to roll over.
Same for Alistair.
You know. I'm gonna point this out to you. That she wanted to put you down for that shit. If you were anyone else, and
That
this
is
would
the
have
way
turned into
you all work.
no, shut up. This would have turned into a fucking intercity war. Do you understand that?
As I said, I will talk to her, and I will
No,
figure out the
keep
way to
your
make
mouth
it up.
fucking shut. Just keep it shut. Don't
You
talk
keep
to her about it.
saying that like it
Don't
matters.
talk to her about it. Understand what your actions could have caused. Stop arguing with me and just understand. I'm pointing shit out to you. Take this in and use it in the fucking future so that I don't have to be the one to fucking put your head below water. Jesus Christ. Now, you go back out there to your fucking sire.
Alistair,
And
you
you
don't
come
like
up
her
with
telling
some
you what to
way.
do.
No, I do
You
not.
come up with some way to get those fucking notes back. And then you destroy it. Because that was somebody else's fucking research that you stole.
She needs to shut up.
You know, I have been quite civil this entire time, and you keep
You ought to
disrespecting
be.
me.
You fucking ought to be because you fucked up.
And you are being a pain in the ass right now.
I'm being a pain in the ass.
Yes.
You call getting in trouble being a pain in the fucking ass. If you don't cause trouble, you don't get in trouble. You understand that?
Who are
If you cause trouble, somebody's gonna step up to your fucking face.
Who are you?
Who am I? I'm
Yes.
fucking Pax Cossetta. That's who I fucking am.
And that means nothing to me.
Both of
It
you, make me
should.
a frenzy check right now.
Holy shit!
Cool as a
Oh my
cucumber, Pax.
god!
That's
Oh my
three tens
god!
in that roll. Three tens in that roll, everyone.
Where was that earlier?
Both of you
Jesus.
are still keep it under wraps. You're getting heated, so it's going if it continues, it will continually get harder. But you both are cool and okay right
You know,
now. Not cool, but okay right now.
You know,
you know
Derek, you
what?
drew a picture earlier tonight of intercoterie conflict. I think it was slightly off on who was going to be there.
Look, I had premonition work at the time. Okay, look, the right events, wrong characters. Okay, my bad. I will also note that Yvette was standing outside the door because Doc was in the room. She's now by Doc, not by you guys. So
She followed
she's
Doc up
not
towards the bathroom.
Oh no.
she doesn't have the instantaneous response to this. So when you guys start tearing at each other, it's going to be at least like 2 rounds of combat before Yvette can get there. Just
The
let you know.
funniest thing about all this is that this could probably be heard household wide because Pax is going off.
Oh yeah.
She's not.
Oh yeah. Everybody can hear it from
What
every
is she?
room.
She had the respect to pull him away from his sire, but she is not keeping her voice down. So his sire can hear him getting chewed out by her.
I don't know if anybody can hear what I'm saying because I think I'm being very calm.
Alistair's being very kind of low toned. It's Pax that they're mostly hearing. Yeah.
Doc, Mademoiselle Doc,
Mhm.
pardon, but
Yes.
as you can see, there is a complication in the household, and I do not wish for it to disturb you cleaning up. If you require anything, please do simply shout over the shouting, and I will arrive tout de suite.
Understood.
Of course, your safety is our first priority here. And I will start to make my way towards the door. I'm not barging in. I'm not going to interrupt. I'm just there because I've already had to deal with Pax Frenzying once. If I got to put down Alistair as well, then I'll have them both, apparently.
Continue.
If
Pax,
she makes any kind of move or a threat towards me, there is something that I am going to do.
She hasn't made
Pax at this point,
she hasn't
Ah,
made any move yet, but
yeah. I'm just
at,
She
I'm
hit
just
you with a
stating this.
slipper earlier.
at this point, she is going to. No. No, 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 no. Not doing this fucking shit with you.
Good, because it's getting tiresome.
Oh. One of these nights, boy, you're gonna get put down and I'm gonna be standing there and fucking laughing. You understand? Only reason I haven't done anything yet is because I'm stuck here with you as part of a fucking coterie. Moment that that's up, if you keep up this shit, I'm not too sad about cutting you loose. Got it?
That is understood. Are we finished here yet?
Yeah, fuck off.
Alistair will just kind of chuckle a little bit and just start walking out. Oh, excuse me, Yvette.
What's your night?
I wouldn't go in there. She's being feisty. And they'll walk back out to my sire.
Yvette will close the door behind Alistair and just peek in real quick to observe Pax, but try not to make too much of a show about it, just to make sure she's in one piece.
Oh, Pax is in one piece. In fact,
Well,
she's kind of pacing and irritated.
Well, there was shouting, and then there was a sudden stop, and then Alistair told me not to go in there. So, just making up,
Yvette's just making
adding
sure.
the dots.
Just making sure. She is pacing and irritated. That much is visibly clear.
I'll walk up to my sire and I'll say, "May I see the book, please?"
You're taking it back now because she told you to destroy it?
No. I realize that we are taking someone else's research, and I did things wrong. I would not want to share your research with anybody without your permission. And this is the same thing that Raven was angry about. I should have learned my lesson from the first time. It has nothing to do with what she said. It's something that I realized. That my thirst for knowledge overwrote my common sense.
Hmm.
That being said, I cannot order you around. If you do not wish to give it back, then that is your prerogative.
Hmm. Just curious. Just a very curious set of events here.
Yes, she is, well, interesting to have as a coterie mate, I should say.
Watch your back, Alistair.
Yes. And my front. And everything else that I can actually keep an eye on.
Oh, you're muted, Derek.
Yvette eventually steps forward. Monsieur Godfrey, I apologize for arriving at an unusual circumstance, but I could not help overhear of Monsieur Knight's decision, and I must applaud it. However, Monsieur Knight, if I might be so bold as to end up suggesting, perhaps you doing so directly is inviting further confrontation that is not required this evening. So I would request that I end up taking the book up to Doc and hand it to her as a third party to keep tempers cool.
If you think that is best, offer it with it my apologies that my thirst for knowledge got in the way of my better judgment.
I will explain your situation to the best of my ability.
Thank you.
Can I have the notebook, please?
And he hands it to you, almost nonchalantly.
Merci, Monsieur Godfrey. I am very grateful for your understanding.
Yes, yes. Well, tonight has been interesting, but I think I will be leaving now. I think I've had enough excitement for one night.
I do apologize, sir, for the inconvenience. Like I said, I let it get the better of me.
Monsieur Knight, you have correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godfrey, but Monsieur Knight has invited you to end up witnessing the tail end of a spectacle that you have not seen, a curiosity and a furtherment of your study, and as such, I would not end up constituting it as any sort of waste of time. If not anything, that breaks up the monotony of your evening. N'est-ce pas?
Yes, I'm sure. I've kind of grown used to my monotony, however. A little too much excitement coming from that room over there. I think I should save the continued excitement for next time.
Bonsoir et à bientôt.
Have a good evening. And he says the same to you, Yvette. And he starts to go out of the
Alistair will
house.
lead him. Yeah, Alistair would lead him to the front door and open it for him.
And as he does, Yvette will end up starting to walk back upstairs to check on Doc.
And before too long, she'll come out of the shower, having let her hair completely down. You can see that it's actually fairly long when she takes it out of the two fairly full buns that she normally wears. She's in a fresh set of clothes and it's kind of drying off her hair now.
Mademoiselle Deja's style looks quite good on you, Mademoiselle Doc.
Yes, it's certainly more feminine than I'm used to.
I
But I'm usually
wish
in scrubs.
I wish to relay something to avoid further complication. She shows the notepad. She takes the page, showcases it, tears it completely out, and offers it to Doc.
Oh. I thought they'd absconded with that by now.
I said I am here to end up protecting you in as many ways as I can possible. I have kept to my word. Mademoiselle Pax was quite insistent that you are to be looked over at all times for your own safety and security, and your secrets are yours alone.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I apologize upon behalf of Monsieur Knight. I am told that curiosity is a common trait amongst the Tremere. I only hope you can forgive him his misgivings, as it is how do you put it, an inherited trait.
I can't say that I blame him 100%. The way he handled things is what I was angry with.
You are reminded of, qu'est-ce que c'est le nom? Carlos,
Yes, Carlos.
is he ton frère, your brother? Same sire then? Oui,
Yes, same
you
sire.
mentioned you. And I am to look after this coterie, including Monsieur Knight. So understand that I have some inkling into the frustration that you must feel. Getting away from him and still having to experience his stupidity, even when he is not in the room. I wish the best for you and your sire. I don't believe you mentioned. If it's no consequence, I am of Ventru. We are taught quite frequently to know our sire and our sire's sire and theirs before them. And so this is a point of importance. So I am traditionally told to ask for such things. If you do not wish to share it, I understand. But
No, that's probably a name that you've heard before coming out of San Antonio. The War Baron Urian Doyle.
you are the daughter of Urian Doyle.
Yes.
Mother, I did not know. She lowers her head, almost like it's second nature to lower one's head before someone of more importance.
Don't do that. Just because he was War Baron doesn't mean that I am.
No, but you are his child, and thus maintain a certain point of status. And you are a guest of Madame Correct. Uh,
Miss Cassetta.
Miss Cosetta. I apologize, my brain farted. Um, so I have wished to end up making sure we make amends. And
Oh, don't worry.
I do. It is my duty to my coterie and to you to try and end up making sure that all is mediated and all concerns laid bare.
Pax and I will work it out. Don't fret. Just. Your concern is appreciated.
If you require anything else, do not end up hesitating to call upon me. Until then, I will simply end up forming as your escort.
Well, I believe Pax was escorting me to a haven tonight.
Very well then. I will end up seeing you off the property at the very least.
Thank
you. It is my job, mademoiselle.
Thank you, Yvette.
She lowers her head and takes a step back and stops for a minute. LaCroix.
LaCroix.
Mademoiselle LaCroix.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss LaCroix.
Et toi? She starts to walk back down the stairs away and starts to walk into Alistair's room. And she'll take a minute as she kind of removes her clothing, checks her wounds in the mirror. They're bruises, little more at this point, but it's very clear she got hit hard. Checks her own face to see if anything's broken. She took a hard hit earlier. Satisfied with her bruised demeanor and ruined clothes, she sighs a bit. With the blood and the ruined clothes, it has been quite an evening.
Quite an evening indeed. And I think that is also where we're going to end the session for tonight.
Might I have one final scene then, if we're going to end it?
Sure. Where are we going?
Nowhere far. I figure I'd give everybody a chance to have final say. Yvette takes hold of the note, or the pad, flips it near to the page that is missing, grabs hold of a pencil, and gently rubs it across the entire top, breaking out the line work that was on the previous page, and then writes down in the corner, "This is how you do it. -Y." Places it under his pillow.
All right. That's adorable. I love it. We'll end on that. Wonderful. Well, thank you guys for being my best players in the world. And thank you to all of the raiders who came in with Inares and Maddie and everybody else who came in. We had so many people come in with Maddie. He came in with 52. Inares came in with 5. You guys are great.
So, Mox, are we fighting now? Do we hate each other?
Oh, I love ya. Oh, man.
Pax and Alistair? I'm not sure about.
Yeah. Alistair fucks up like that again. Pax might actually just try and hurt him.
I was waiting for you to lose your shit and attack him because he
I
had
was
something he was
amazed.
going to
I
do.
was waiting for her
Yeah,
to just
that-
go full on
That
mob
triple
boss and just like
10
chop off
saved
the
No,
him.
I
head or
was just
something.
going to go straight extinguish Vitae and try to knock her out into torpor.
That triple 10, yeah.
Yeah, she was
Otherwise, she would have lost it.
cool under the collar. Yep.
That's why I decided that was the point where she was going to take herself away, because that triple 10, that would have actually caused her to go, okay, I'm on this edge. I need to separate myself now before I lose it.
Oh, and we were rolling dice without having to without taking in your compulsion factor.
Oh,
No,
shit.
compulsion was feed, and I fed her,
Oh, yeah, compulsion was hunger. Bane
and
would
she
have
was.
Bane would have fixed as soon as the compulsion was over, right?
If I recall, I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Yeah, I'll have to double check that with a Malkavian Bane, but
Bestial failure or compulsion.
okay.
Yeah, it's when the Malkavian suffers a bestial failure or compulsion, their curse comes to the fore. Suffer a penalty equal to your character's bane severity to one category of dice pools, physical, social, or mental, for the entire scene.
To the scene.
So it's only for that scene.
Okay.
I'm
This
getting echo
is
back and forth.
this
Oh,
is in addition to any penalties incurred by compulsions.
yeah. Okay.
I think it's coming from Mox, actually.
Oh.
Oh
Well,
shit, is it?
yeah, I think we're good
Man,
now.
I've been having audio issues.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry everybody for that little
Nah.
argument thing. But
No, are you kidding? I
Don't
love
be.
those moments.
Don't be. That
It's
was
the
My-
delicious.
Are you kidding? No, dude.
You kidding?
Legitimately, that what you had there was kind of the same thing between Alistair and Pax as Yvette had with Pax earlier on. Right?
Yeah.
Man,
So don't kick
that was
yourself. for that shit.
delicious. Do it again.
Okay.
Just don't do it to Yvette. That she
That ends badly.
Frenzy will not be the thing that is involved. It
Mm.
will be completely by choice.
Mm.
This is not the beast trying to remove your head from your shoulders. I can guarantee you that.
I am in full control of my faculties here, sir.
I think that's the first time I've ever actually yelled on stream.
I love it. I love it. You guys are
I
great.
hope I didn't wake my partner up.
Uh-oh. Whoops. And if you did, you'll just apologize, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he'll
that
still be
worked out
cranky
so
at
well
me,
for
but
Alistair.
Love it. Love to see it.
oh,
Love to see it,
shit.
guys.
He just wouldn't roll over though. That's not
See,
him.
you know
That's
what?
gonna be his downfall with Pax.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Let it happen. Just do
Mhm.
it. I dig
Play
it.
your character as your character should be played.
I dig it.
Because I mean,
Yeah.
the interesting thing about the mob is it is truly all about subservience.
Mm-hmm.
You are subservient to the family
Mm-hmm.
in its entirety. Everything that you do is for the benefit of the family,
Right.
and she is heavily indoctrinated.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And this
And Doc
coterie
is too,
has
to a degree,
become
because she's also mob.
well, this coterie has kind of become an extension of that for her.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you follow this line of rule or I kick your ass, because that's how I've experienced life.
And with my character, with his background,
Mm-hmm.
he is definitely not going to be pushed around because he's been done that all of his life. And he would fight that tooth and nail. He's just not going back to being under someone's thumb.
To be fair, like father, like son.
Yeah.
Oh, I was literally listening to this, and I literally quoted in the coterie chat. Anyone else starting to see why Professor Knight is the way he is? Anybody else seen it?
Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it.
See, this is why when you were making Alistair, I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Love to see it. You guys are great.
Yeah,
cast.
me and Mox, we talked a lot about our characters when we were sitting in a chat. Mox
Mm.
helped me come up with Alistair and gave me all the questions to write his backstory.
Mm-hmm.
And when she told me about her character, I'm like, Oh dear God, we're going to hate each other.
Oh no. But you
Yvette
know,
is just trying to get out of the "I'm not trusted" portion. If we can do that,
she's
that's a
just trying
huge
to
win.
overcome her last name, and if she can do that,
Well, well, Yvette has earned a bit of trust from Pax to an extent.
mm,
Mostly because Pax can't remember the deception.
Yes.
but thankfully Pax doesn't feel any kind of blood bond kind of portions going towards Yvette, so she might not even be included.
Oh, but if Pax has any degree of
She'll remember
the
she
blood bond,
fed, but she won't remember that she put the slide away.
yeah.
So
And Yvette could just be blamed on, hey, maybe, yeah, no, I didn't think to do that. My face was covered with the blood bag. I wouldn't know which was which.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's just Yvette can't take that chance.
Right. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Love it. Love to see it. You guys are great cast.
Mojo, you're muted.
Oh yeah, your microphone's not working.
It's been that way the whole game. I
There we
don't
go.
know how any of the feedback has been coming through me.
It's all right, man.
Oh,
I'm
you're
sorry
fine.
about
It's
that.
fine. We'll fix audio issues. We just all
It-
have to be aware of what's going on. Just to
Yvette has gained some respect from Deja with the events of the night. Her last name and sire have absolutely nothing to do with why she has any trust issues. It's she
probably because Deja
literally
doesn't
cannot.
really have much of a clue
She
what a LaCroix is,
well,
aside from the soda.
she doesn't care about that. It's the fact that she can't understand half the shit that comes out of your mouth. That's the trust issue she has.
She probably thinks that LaCroix is some kind of French word for something, and she's just
The only
Deja's a
LaCroix
little
she
bit.
knows is the sparkling hard cider or hard seltzer water
Yeah, the
that
sparkling
is
water.
the nastiest thing she's ever tasted.
Yvette is heir to a beverage company.
That's what Deja
That's
thinks.
Deja. That's what Deja thinks.
Hey, Mojo, it's Deja's turn next.
I don't know about that.
Everybody's going for it. Everybody's going.
I absolutely cannot get in a yelling match, so
It might not be a yelling match, but it'll definitely be something.
Yeah.
we'll see.
Well, so long as we're we're okay, we're good, we're all friends.
I love you
I
guys
hate
so
you
much.
all. You're all sons of bitches.
Yeah.
Hey, but we're your favorite sons of bitches, Macabre Derek.
Shut up, you son of a bitch.
No.
You first.
Love
But
it.
yes, just a reminder, everything said in character is only in character. I promise.
Oh yeah.
Promise we don't really hate each other.
Besides, I got that whole bit out with Dana. Like, if you let's be real here, that's where the venom was.
Oh yeah, Dana was a spiteful woman, and I loved it. But yeah, we should move on to some stains, actually.
Ooh, we have stains.
Pax, did you go against the family tonight?
I would say that I actually kept directly to the family tonight.
I don't know. You were kind of teetering on that edge a little bit with disrespect with Alistair disrespecting Doc and allowing that to happen.
Yeah, but it was also demanding respect back from Alistair. Like, she was not backing down with him disrespecting her like that.
Okay. Like I said, you were teetering on that edge, so just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yep. She's about this close to punishing him too. Actually, you could argue that she did punish him as well by smacking him over the head with a fucking book.
She did smack him over the head with a book.
It was with a slipper. Is it
Sorry,
no damn?
The chunkla.
I said
The
book.
chunkla. He got hit with the chunkla.
I mean, true. I'm just checking some things here. I don't think there are any others. Ooh, maybe. Hmm. Mr. Knight,
Uh
did you
oh.
did you purposefully not aid a woman in need?
Who was in need?
Well, I was thinking Doc or Pax because both of them
Fuck
were,
you, vet.
or Yvette, because your coterie consists of a bunch of women, and Doc was in need of. Well, she was in need of assistance after the fiasco that happened with her blood bags.
I
But
thought I was dealing with that when I went to deal with PAX, but
mm,
That turned into something else.
oh,
yeah,
I'm just pointing that out. I'm pointing that
yeah.
out as a possibility that could have turned into its thing.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that it was strong enough to be a stain unless the argument was, I don't know. But it's your use the boss. You tell me. The only reason I like went so hard is because of our chronicle tenants
Oh no,
and his backstory.
yep, I get you. I get you. I get you. I was just reminding myself basically of what all of your convictions were,
Yeah.
more or less. So, oh, pardon me, but that I think that does it for any kind of reminders we might need to poke at people, like you do. Next is what about regained willpower? Anybody regained aggravated willpower today?
No.
I didn't take any,
Mm.
but I did talk to Doc tonight,
Oh, good.
Nope.
so I've got to come up with a new desire for next time.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Weirdly,
Yep.
I think I took a step away from my desire
Oh no. That's no good.
because now I'm paying somebody instead of gaining more income.
I also absolutely love the fact that Godfrey is literally a Ravenloft reference.
I didn't know. I didn't come up with a name.
Wait, am I the only one who knows that?
I
No.
don't know.
I came up with the name because it sounded
Oliver
cool.
Godfrey is literally a character in Ravenloft.
Really, that is
Yeah.
awesome that I did that so consciously. I might have remembered it from playing it and I forgot about it.
Also, I have started the poll through Streamlabs, so exclamation point vote for the character you would like to vote for in the poll. So,
Get your votes in.
yep. Pax was gonna type Pax with two X's because that's the emote. Because I wanted them all to look like emotes. So, and BTTV wouldn't let me do three letters because it's stupid.
Rip.
Rip. But yeah, get your votes in, guys. This is going to be a Streamlabs poll, so definitely get them in there. It'll let you know that you got one in it successfully. Uh, I'm sorry, Black Wolf, but I wanted to do because I have Streamlabs doing the votes for the other campaign too, so I figured it's just easier. So because Twitch does not let me put more than 4 choices. But exclamation point vote. And so we're going to get on to experience from our players. So each of you gets one for showing up to the table today.
Yay.
Woo!
Aye.
Hooray.
I'm sorry, Black Wolf. Best mod ever. Best mod ever. We love him.
You're overworked.
Best mod ever. We love you. But yeah, we have 3 categories that we decide on based on the player votes as to who moved the plot, who had the best scene, and who had the best line. So, lady and gentlemen, who moved our plot?
Okay, there's
That's-
two ways of thinking. I could easily say Pax is a contender. Absolutely, right? Like, not everything gone. But I'm going to be a little greedy here and talk about Yvette. Because Yvette started to become the glue that holds all this shit together.
She's
I
codering
can see
all.
that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
can see that.
I was actually thinking Yvette because all of the bouncing around that Yvette was doing tonight, she was everywhere. And everything that she was doing was assisting in pushing the plot further,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't active in doing so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree.
I concur.
So, Pax?
Yvette.
Yvette,
Yvette gets the vote.
listen,
I
you
told
silly
you.
bastard.
I told you I'm going to be greedy today.
Yeah. Yvette. Yep, I see 26 viewers in chat. Get everybody get a vote in. So,
Get your votes in while you can.
yep. I'm sad that we can't use channel points or bits, but no, whatever. But who moved the plot? No. Who had the best scene?
I got to vote for Pax with that scene and Alistair at the end.
Yeah, that's a tough one because I want to give it to them both. Because, like, just Alistair egging on Pax and Pax slowly getting more and more furious. I'm gonna kill me a man.
Yeah, I was about to say I couldn't decide between me and Pax because, like, I liked that in the end scene.
You know, I'm a generous storyteller. You both get it. It's unanimous vote anyway. All three of you wanted both of them to get it, so who am I to stand in the way of that?
Why do we keep doing this with Pax and Alistair? Because, like, last time we had an audience time as well. Between Pax and Alistair.
Conspiracy?
There's always a conspiracy.
Yep.
Just know that there's always a conspiracy.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, that's
it's
half
VtM.
the reason why I built this. No, that's literally half the reason why I built this kind of voting system, specifically to play background politics and backmid or dealing and wheeling, which is fucking hilarious because somebody's going to take it in the ass.
Yep. So who had our best line for the night?
Well, which one would you like me to pull? Just shout over the shouting?
I mean, there was a number of
Swearing at
really good
Alistair,
ones
calling
today.
Swearing at Alistair in French is purposely confusing while I call him a fucking cunt. The whole bit of this is how you do it, Yvette.
That's the one that I'd give it to Yvette for. Because that was just fucking hilarious.
The one at the end.
Literally goes in, calms down Doc, settles things with his sire, and proceeds to end up going in, and Alistair still gets his fucking notes. This is who you are dealing with. Remember that.
Yeah, I'll have to go with that. I was going to throw my own thing of, I just loved the one line that really keyed up Pax was, "Who the fuck are you?" And that was.
Or
but
the follow-up line, that means fucking nothing to me.
Yeah.
Oh man, she was about to smack a bitch.
We had some
that
pretty
alone
juicy
made her
ones
want to
tonight.
smack him.
We had some pretty juicy ones tonight,
Oh, there were
guys.
so many good ones.
Tonight was so good.
Mm-hmm.
Can no one decide now?
This is like Alistair and Yvette.
I can't decide between Alistair and Yvette. I can't.
We did this once already, so we could do
Yeah,
a
I
roll-up
know.
for this one.
I'm leaning more towards Yvette. personally. Like, that's just me.
Mojo, you gotta pick one.
Either you're coin tossing it or I am.
Fine. I'll do it.
Oh man.
Damn it.
Well, then he automatically wins. This is your dice involving me. He automatically wins.
No, it's a vet.
Your dice will go out
It's
of your way
Yvette.
to fuck me. And
Yvette.
No.
opportunity.
No.
Yvette.
Because I had it 1 through 4 goes to Alistair. 5 to 8, it goes to you, and they're both 7s.
Fantastic. Yvette, you get that. Well, I am going to close our yep,
Poll.
yep, the
Is
poll.
that the word you were looking for?
Yes. And it turns out Yvette, oh actually it's a result is to tie between Yvette, Pax, and Alistair.
Jesus Christ!
Well, you can deny us, CoffeeCat, but are you going to deny the audience?
I'll deny the audience, high or low.
I'm gonna say low. I'm gonna risk that biscuit.
Is everybody on board with that?
No, but I'm going to go with it anyway.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Low clan. Low.
Motherfucker!
You wonder why I go high clan high.
Yeah, normally when I go low though, it works.
Fuck you, chat. I do what I want.
Oh, that's why you choose high clan.
Love you, chat. Please come back. Please come back for everything, please.
I do have an expenditure, though.
Yes, please.
I would like to spend 10 experience to get my second dot and dominate.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What you taking, Big Expander?
Mesmerize.
Ooh. No, Xantos, don't leave. Boat,
Eh.
don't
Oh,
leave.
Thanatos, don't leave.
We love you.
Eh.
Fuck off, Coffee.
That tracks more with our player, our viewer
that
base.
tracks with Raven. That tracks. Love it. Love to see it. Also, hope you guys like the Pax lol emote.
I love it.
It's Pax doing the lol. Where it was Dana before, but I changed it to Pax. So now I just gotta change up which face is doing the concern face. I was initially
please,
thinking,
that's Yvette.
I was
That's gonna be
initially
Yvette,
gonna
hands
do
down.
Yvette, and then I was like, Yes, it's gonna change from the Rodney face to the Yvette face, and now I'm gonna throw it in there too. Love it. I just need to finish that one. Yes.
Be right back real quick.
All right. But that does it for experience, and Yvette was buy and dominate 2 for mesmerize. Congratulations. Any other expenditures from my lovely players?
I don't know what to spend on. I'm going to wait till I get a lot and probably just spend it.
Don't be like Ive like that.
I got nothing to spend. I know what I'm going to spend on if I get any.
Like I want to train with rituals with my sire, but we haven't been able to have any downtime for that yet. So
Please, I just gave you your first bit. You might have figured out a light bulb of how not to do it, but at least you managed to figure out a way not to do it.
Yeah.
Yes, Boat. I do have ways to spend channel points now. They're doing sound alerts for Yeet now.
Yeet.
I really do want to go in go in some of our old VODs
Emotional
and
damage.
and do some of our meme clips to add to that sound alerts, because that would be super fucking funny. God damn it, guys! Thank you for waiting till the end.
I'm back.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
they're applauding us. Yes, they're applauding.
Thank you
us.
for the wonderful scene tonight, by the way, Moxie. That
Thank
was a lot
you
of
for egging her on. It was so good.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Well, I appreciate you guys. You guys are great.
This will be the second time I've had a party member try to kill me.
Oh no! well, who's got things that they're streaming? Macabre Derek streams. What are you doing for what's going on lately?
I'm not sure. I don't have any commissions going on, and I might end up doing some more art tomorrow. I might also do something a little weird. Who knows? I usually end up taking commissions, and my commissions are open for all things vampire, Dungeons and Dragons, or anything else you want to end up seeing me do the doodles, as I end up typically going into horror comics art. I'm currently actually working on a piece that is literally Yvette and Pax with guns to each other's head, because I imagine at some point that it's going to devolve into that if I don't sink this bond in early. That being said, also have a few other little tidbits I'd like to end up working on, and we'll end up seeing how that ends up going. I also end up hosting Edmonton by Night Blood Sands Season 2, and we're coming in the last 10 episodes at this point. So I'm looking forward to seeing that end up coming to its conclusion, and that happens every single Sunday. And for those of you who want a little bit more Vampire the Masquerade content, I also end up having a Vampire the Masquerade and Battletech workshop that I am currently running on Mondays, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. We open up in Vampire, close with some Battletech, and that is kind of where we're at right now.
Nice. Love to see it. Well.
And I have a cat.
And you have a cat. We love babies.
Emergency food rations.
No, she's...
Yeah, mine's under my desk.
She's baby.
Yes, but you don't eat them raw.
No, please don't. You're gonna end up giving yourself, like...
I just got to get her used to the idea. And see, she doesn't run away. It's our understanding.
Yes, give us some cat hype or some cat grump. We can do some grumpy cats and some cat hype in the chat. Oh, there's a pupper. Oh, there's a pupper too. Look at these babies. Look at them.
The cats didn't want anything to do with me today, so it stopped.
It's puppers. I love that pupper. He's so cute.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
He's
be
a
able to
derp.
walk.
He's a big
My
derp.
dog's been laying on my ankle all night.
Well, thank you everybody for this wonderful evening of shenaniganery that goes on between coteries and coterie mates. If you would like, you could always check out tomorrow for Rebirth, a D&D tale where I am continuing in the same world that Maddie from the Hero Zone started way back when, in his first year of the channel, where he created the setting on stream, and then it devolved into what it is today. So we'll be back tomorrow for more Rebirth. Most of the cast should be recovered from any and all sickness-related illnesses, so we should all be ready and raring for that. And who knows, I may or may not do more Cult of the Lamb streams. I haven't decided if I'm going to restart the stream tonight and do more Cult of the Lamb. You guys decide. I'm gonna do it.
I'm not getting in your way.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
I'm not stopping you.
It's fucking 3:20 in the morning. Why not?
I'm not stopping you. I gotta go walk my dog.
But she'll see you guys soon. If the these VODs go up on YouTube. Definitely make sure to check out the YouTube and subscribe. We're so very close to 100 subscribers. This way, we can get our custom YouTube URL. And of course, we're getting close to. We're also one follower away from 400 followers on Twitch. At 500, I might give away something. I don't know what yet, but I might give away something. We'll celebrate that. Maybe even do a 12-hour stream or something. I have no idea.
Give away a hug.
I know, Boat. You can't subscribe more than once, but you could always gift subs. Sorry, I'm being a shell for myself.
Do it. Don't
Yeah,
apologize.
there's for once.
You are not allowed. You are not allowed to apologize for shilling.
I mean, you can if you want to. I'm not gonna stop you.
Do it. Pax says do it. Or she put a cap in your ass.
I mean, at 50 subs, we get more emotes.
That's an incentive.
So.
Yeah, I just ended up going through a speech of this on drawing on the macabre before this stream. Okay, don't make me go through the rant
I was
again.
kind of listening to your "please shill for yourself" speech.
Fuck's
Hey.
sake. Nobody's gonna listen about your. Nobody's gonna hype you up more than you. If you're not hyped about you, then why should anybody else be?
Hey. Boat is gifting a sub. Or gifting
There
two
we
subs.
go.
Oh, 2 subs. One was to Radagast, and one was to somebody random in the community. I think. No, that was. Yeah, gift a sub. I'm not gonna say no. That's two more. That's 2 more subs. That Radagast was the rando. Okay, because it went from 10 to 12, so I was like, I'm confused. So, Radagast, you can now eat.
You can also binge rage.
Oh, okay, and Seld's resubbed. Okay, well, welcome back to the Cat Cafe. Thank you for buying your coffees, and yes, we have emotes and all of that. We get more with more subscribers. So, if you guys want to sub, please do. This is me. This is the end of my TED Talk. Thank you. And with that, good night, everybody.
Good night.